We okay? Yep, we're broadcasting. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 election. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 4 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report proceedings of the committee. Before we call a witness, can I just get a resolution, Senator Mulholland, that we accept submissions 118 and 119 and authorise them for publication? Thank you. All in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Okay. I now welcome Dr. Kevin Bonham to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, Mr. Bonham, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? You're on mute, Mr. Bonham. Sorry.
Dr. Kevin James Bonham, appearing in a personal capacity.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Dr. Bonham, I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay. My apologies for not having yet sent in a written submission. I had very little time following the Tasmanian and federal back-to-back elections and then getting back to other work, so it is coming. There are a number of issues I want to talk about today, including some of the items of reference. Just as a couple of general overview comments about the election, the House of Representatives election was unexpectedly lopsided in comparison to the lead-up polling. That's resulted in a fair degree of unhinging. I'd say that the level of misinformation about the result, post the result, has been several times what it was in 2022. Particularly people believing that the fact that Labor won so many seats off a modest primary vote was caused by preferential voting. It was actually mostly not caused by preferential voting. Labor led nationwide on primaries and led in 86 seats as a result of having a better distributed primary vote. I have an article on my website about that. But I am seeing a lot of people calling for first past the post and so on, which I think is really unfortunate that people don't understand our democratic traditions. The Senate results continue to discredit all the arguments that were made against Senate reform in 2016. We had low exhaust, we had minor parties winning, we had the government not being blocked 3-3 in states, and admittedly, people who oppose Senate reform probably weren't expected to expect that we would have elections as lopsided as this. One matter that, in terms of the general information environment, one matter that I think is significant is artificial intelligence. I'm constantly noticing AI programs available online making false claims about Australian elections, including false claims about the voting process. I'm particularly concerned that Grok, the native AI on X, formerly Twitter, continually makes false claims about voting processes. For instance, on 4 separate occasions I've had run-ins with it where it has claimed that your vote in the House of Representatives can go to the person who you put last, which can actually, your preference can actually never reach that person. It does concern me that we have people treating these AI programs as oracles when they are actually just language engines and are unreliable. And these programs are basically breaching the Electoral Act by making statements that can mislead an elector in relation to the casting of their vote. And I'm wondering if some restrictions will be imposed on them during election periods if they do not improve. Regarding matters, in the previous session, I stated my support for expanding the Parliament. That was on the basis of terms of reference dealing with one vote, one value, but I did also say that I supporting it anyway. I have done some modelling on impacts on the Senate that will be coming in my written submission. I can talk about that a bit more if desired. The impacts aren't massive, but it is interesting that when you go up to 8 senators per state, some of the Senate slates that are currently 4-2 left-right splits become 4-4. And One Nation does particularly well on current voting levels. For instance, if you had 8 senators per state in the elected at each of the last 2 elections, One Nation would have 10 Senate seats out of 100. We're sort of getting to a stage where something like that could start to happen within our current system, where you quite frequently could get 2-2, 1-1 results. We saw a couple of them this time. On fixed terms, I do not support fixed terms at all. I think that fixed terms only achieve the goal that they're meant to achieve if they are truly fixed, but I think that there are situations where Prime Ministers should be able to call elections that fixed terms might prevent. I think that the electorate are wary of early elections and will punish leaders who call early elections unnecessarily. I think that the early election problem is reducing anyway. Since 1998, we've had a sequence where all the elections have been held in 3-year calendar year cycles. Only one significantly early election that wasn't very early. I really don't think that early elections are that much of a problem, and there are a lot of issues that can happen with fixed terms, particularly if you get a finely balanced parliament. I've dealt with this more in the Tasmanian situation, where we commonly get hung parliaments and one person defects and it affects the balance of power in the chamber, and the leader could be scrapped with that and sort of unable to seek a proper democratic mandate. Regarding proposed increase to 4-year terms, I have strong objections to 8-year terms for senators. I think that 8 years is too long. I think that a senator elected for 8 years is effectively not accountable these days. For a lot of people, that's sufficient to be an entire parliamentary career. Careers are not for life these days, and someone defects a few months into an 8-year term and the country's stuck with them as a senator for 8 years with no mandate. So I don't support anything that will bring in 8-year Senate terms. And the other solutions that would allow for a 4-year reps term also have issues. 4-year all in, all out changes the balance of power between the houses quite a bit. You probably get more frequent double dissolutions because there's less disincentive to have them if you still have that system. Probably get more conflict between the houses. So at this stage, I'm not convinced that there's a workable 4-year terms model. I mean, I see the disadvantages with having elections every 3 years, but I'm not sort of finding a convincing solution. I'm open to one, but not if it includes 8-year Senate terms. I think I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Dr. Bonham. We've got a few members here, so I'll start with a few questions and then we'll move on. We've got till 9:45, so if you're happy to answer some questions,
yes,
I'll kick off. I've read your blog post about Parliament being expanded and it not being a partisan fix. It's a good read. Could you just, for the purpose of the committee and for evidence, go into detail as to why you think more representatives would be good for the public?
Okay, thanks. I think there are a few benefits to having more members of the House of Representatives. One is that it will reduce the small amount of malapportionment that exists in the House of Representatives. That's largely a result of Tasmania having 5 seats and the Northern Territory having 2. It would also allow for less of an impact on rounding on the fairness of electorate sizes. Those are the points that I covered last session. The other points, I think that it would allow for more localised representation and probably more diverse representation. I think that it would give independents and minor parties a slightly better chance of winning seats. I think that there were a lot of independents were very unlucky at the 2025 election. It's very hard with the size and population of some of these electorates, in some cases the physical size even. It's very hard for a minor party to collar enough of the vote in enough different parts of some of these very diverse electorates to get elected. And so I think we ended up with in some ways a rather bland House of Representatives result in terms of representation for parties other than the major parties. I suspect that an expansion would improve that. You might get more rural independents. You might get the odd One Nation seat. The Greens might be less precarious in the chamber, that sort of thing. I don't think it would lead to a flood of crossbenchers, but I think it will make the situation slightly better. I also the general issue of sort of having an MP serving fewer voters means that there's more chance that a voter with a particular issue can get their MP acting on it. The fact that the electorates have nearly doubled in enrolment since the last expansion suggests to me that it is time to expand. And in that article that you mentioned, I refute the claims that this would lead to a partisan advantage for the Labor Party. In fact, I think, if anything, it will be slightly better in terms of likely seat outcomes for everybody else.
What do you think the impact of larger electorates in terms of representation? What do you think that over the years, what impact has that had on people's trust in the system and our ability to represent their views?
I couldn't say anything about it having an impact on trust in the system, but I do observe that there's, in Tasmania, which has smaller enrolments per electorate because of Tasmania having the 5 guaranteed electorates, the connection to the local MP seems to be closer. The sort of everyone knows this person kind of thing seems to be closer, and I think you don't get that in a lot of the mainland state electorates.
So, what's the benefits of that sort of more localised approach? Like, I mean, how would you see that as strengthening the system?
Firstly, that voters are more in touch with their MP. It's easier for their MP to devote time to particular voters who may have unusual issues. I think it's also that if we had fewer electors per electorate, we would have electorates with more distinctive characters, electorates that were less mixed. And this will probably be good for major party MPs in terms of you'd have more major party MPs who could be representing an electorate with a distinct character.
And do you have any views on expanding? So in terms of expanding the House, you would link that to the amount of senators per state. Is that the model you're suggesting? And subsequent question, what are your views on expanding territory senators?
Yeah, so the number of senators per state links to the number in the House per the nexus provision. I don't believe that there's any prospect of getting the nexus provision scrapped by referendum, and I'm not sure that it should be. In terms of territory senators, I expressed concerns in the previous session about the linking of territory senators to the one vote, one value issue. I argued that having more territory senators actually increases malapportionment in the Senate, which is not prima facie a good thing. But there are valid arguments for increasing the number of territory senators in terms of giving territory voters access to a similar quality of participation in the electoral process, rather to everyone else, where sort of everyone else is voting in these multi-candidate elections. You don't have to think about strategic voting or anything like that. Whereas, because the territories only elect 2 people at a time, they're just not really proper proportional representation elections. So that is one angle. Also, the angle that's been argued also is trying to ensure that territory voters for a major party will have a major party representative. Having said that, the ACT Liberals' performance in this Senate election was so bad that even if there had been 4 seats, they would have only barely won one of them. It was very close. So there's no actual guarantee that expanding will secure that there will be Liberal senators from the ACT. There might, if their vote continues to decline, there might not be. But I think it's something where I think the reasons, if there is to be an expansion, the reasons for the expansion need to be advanced very carefully. Unsound reasoning needs to be avoided. We need to remember that the granting of territory sentences in the first place was controversial at High Court level. So I think it needs to sort of be focused on the sound arguments and not the but Tasmania has so many, so we should have this many too kinds of arguments.
Sure. Last question from me before I go to Senator Hodgson-May. The model of territory senators being up for election at the same time as every House election, if territory expansion were to occur, would you suggest splitting those to half elections on the same terms as state senators, or to sort of keep that alternative system?
I would definitely keep it as it is. If you went up to 4 senators per territory, I would definitely keep it as 4 senators all in, all out, because if you have it as 2 senators elected at a time with 6-year terms, there's no actual benefit in terms of improving the electoral experience for voters in those territories. They're still voting in these impoverished 2-seat elections.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Hodgson-May. You have 5 minutes each, everybody. You're on mute, Senator. Sorry, Senator, we can't hear you. You're on. There's a sound issue. It doesn't look like you're on mute, but. Oh, there we go. Yep, you're on.
Is that better?
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Bonham. I'm just picking up on a point you said at the beginning, how it's unfortunate people don't understand the voting system more comprehensively, which I wholeheartedly agree with. And I just wondered if you had any points on civics maybe that you would like to suggest that we consider throughout this committee.
I'm not an expert on how to educate voters on getting this stuff right. Obviously, it would be good if, to the maximum possible extent, people were aware of some of these things at school level, but they can be taught at school level and they can still forget. Things like you cannot last your vote. The person who you put last can never get your vote. Very importantly, you decide where your preferences go. Parties do not decide where your preferences go for you. Parties can put out how to vote cards, but those are recommendations. Something that I think that there is not enough awareness of is the low level at which how to vote cards are followed. I frequently see people claiming still that most people follow how to vote cards. Only about a third of voters follow how to vote cards for the reps. For the Senate, I think it's less than a quarter. And those proportions tend to be higher for the major party voters and very low for the voters who, in most seats, have their candidates eliminated. So when a voter's first candidate is eliminated in the House of Reps, the chance is very high that that voter is not following a how to vote card and is making their own decisions. So we get a lot of nonsense about preference games and who's preferencing who, but it actually has not a huge amount of impact.
Thank you, Dr. Bonham. I look forward to seeing your submission and appreciate you attending today.
Senator Mulholland?
Sure. I want to go to some questions about disinformation and misinformation, if I can. We're seeing a rise in disinformation and misinformation, particularly around elections. What has been your experience working through this rise of misinformation, particularly online around election periods?
Well, I'm dealing mostly with sort of misinformation about the election result and how it happened. So I see probably more of the after than the before. Although, before the 2022 election, I did see a lot of preferential voting misinformation, particularly of the form sort of trying to say that a vote for some party is a vote for another party kind of material. That was very common in that election. I can't remember seeing as much of it myself online in the lead up to this one. I might have a dig back through my Twitter files and see what I did see. But yeah.
And just on that disinformation about the election results, what categories of individuals or groups would you sort of largely say that type of material and argument is falling into? Are they individuals? Are they people that appear to be bots? Are they groups attached to political parties? What are the main groupings of people that you think are spreading misinformation about the election result?
They're not bots. This is something that I get a lot of. I get a lot of sort of like I'm refuting some account on Twitter and someone will say, "Oh, it's a bot, it's a bot." It's, they're usually not bots. It's particularly right-wing accounts that are outside the Liberal Party mainstream, the sort of the Sky News oriented types, some of the supporters of minor right parties. It does vary because some supporters of minor right parties are actually very knowledgeable about preferential voting and sort of fighting the good fight to educate their own side of politics about it and to sort of show people, hey, you can actually use this to your advantage. One nation won 2 Senate seats by beating Labor from behind using preferences. But a lot of there are some sort of quite prominent disinformation accounts with high followings that just constantly, shamelessly post nonsense about preferential voting, and I think that the probably changes in the Twitter environment have made it more favourable for these people since Elon Musk became involved. They like the site more, so I see a lot of them spreading nonsense about what happened at the election and why it happened, and sort of a lack of awareness of what was the cause of the result, and the fact that this result would have happened under any election system you can name. I see a lot of advocacy for first past the post, even though that would solve absolutely none of the problems that the people supporting it claimed that it would. And I see also a lot of people trying to blame the result on immigration. I see people trying to say, sort of Labor only won this by bringing in immigrants, and not considering the time frame over which people become citizens.
Thank you. My last question, Dr. Bonham, is that so if we're seeing a lot of that material on Twitter, and as you said, you're engaging in with some of the discussion and trying to refute it, you are only one man, and it sounds like you're doing the best that you can to refute some of that material online. But how do we as a society and as governments and political structures deal with that misinformation online? Apart from trying to clone you to get out there and ask more questions and refute some of this material, how do we actually remedy the problem? And particularly in places like Twitter or X, where this is spreading like wildfire, do you have any thoughts on how we can fix that problem?
It's a difficult question. I don't know how to fix it. I mean, I do what I can, but I sort of find that about sort of 3% of the people I correct say, "Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Thank you," and a very high proportion of the rest respond angrily, don't respond at all, or just simply block me. So I think the ASC does a very good job of tackling misinformation in the lead up to election campaigns, but the ASC's role is limited to the really limited to the election period and policing the Electoral Act during the election period, and not to sort of explaining the mechanics of the results to people.
Thank you. I know I said that was my last one, but I'll just slide one more if I may, Mr. Chair. Just on the topic of the AEC, so when the AEC came in to give evidence, we did talk to them about these issues as well, and they were very reticent to want to take a role in determining truth in political advertising, truth in political materials, very reticent to want to take a role in addressing dis or misinformation. I suppose my counter question there is, if not the AEC, and then who? Their answer was, oh well, the people get it right, and they can see through this material, which I think to a certain extent there's a bit of truth to, but that's leaving a lot of things to chance if there's a lot of misinformation going on out there. So I would welcome your thoughts on, where that sits. If not the AEC, then who?
Yeah, I covered a lot of this in my 2022 submission. I don't think my views have changed on that at all. I'm very cautious about having a part of the government be an arbiter of general truth in election campaigning, or expanding the role of the courts in doing that as well. I'm particularly concerned about the AEC's perception for neutrality and the risks to the reputation of the AEC if the AEC has to get into judging truth and falsity in sometimes hotly contested areas. So I am very cautious about any proposal for broader truth in advertising legislation. I think it is worth looking at whether there is a little more that can be done in terms of the existing framework around statements that can mislead an elector in relation to their vote. I think it probably statements of the form, I mentioned this in my 2022 submission, I think, or in the hearing, statements of the form, a vote for Party X is a vote for Party Y. Those sorts of statements I'd probably like to see more control of.
Yeah, and I think that we did ask the AEC some of those questions around, they really do take a narrow view of authorisation as long as you have the right name and details and address and comply. They tend to really only have a narrow view, so perhaps a bit more infrastructure, a bit more scaffolding around what an authorised piece of material looks like. Perhaps that might be an avenue.
Authorisation isn't something that I've looked at in any detail lately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Mr Newman?
I was going to ask questions, but Senator Mulholland's done a great job in asking the questions I was going to ask. I'll focus on the expansion of Parliament. And thank you for the work you've done over the years. And I'm having a look at your website and having a look at some things you put online about the size of the expansion of Parliament. Isn't it the case back in 1984 that the average enrolment was something like about 67,000 in every federal electorate? That's about right, isn't it?
Somewhere around there. I put a number of what I found it to be in my article, because some of the claims circulating in the media were not quite right. I'm just checking what...
It's about 67,000. I think that's what you said.
Yeah, I think it was. I had a look at 67,000. Yeah, 67,007 had incorrectly claimed it was 75,000.
Yeah, I had a look at my electorate, Blair, which was created in 1998. I think there was just over 74,000 voters in 1998 when Blair was created. When I was elected in 2007, the enrolment was 90,979. And according to the AEC website, on the latest data at the end of September, is 142,969 voters. 142,969 voters. That's almost a double in the number of voters since Blair was created in 1998. That sort of expansion in a number of seats is the case, is it not, in seats like Longman and others and Wright? We're seeing that across Queensland and a number of seats. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, I noticed Blair is one of those that's well over quota and is headed for a haircut, no matter whether there's an expansion or not. But I did notice that, yes, one of the reasons this argument that Labor is going to benefit from the expansion is false is that the electorates that are most out of whack are growth corridor seats around southeast Queensland, and with the exception of Blair, the remainder are held by the LNP. So those are particularly extreme cases at the moment.
One of the things I've noticed, and isn't it the case, that even though we haven't expanded the size of Parliament since 1994, we've expanded the number of people who actually work in electorate offices, staffers, to assist federal politicians in the House of Representatives and the Senate. That's the case, isn't it, since 1984?
I haven't studied the staff numbers. I just observed that I think there's no substitute for some issues for an MP themselves having the time to put a bit of time into looking at an issue, and there's still only one MP per state.
And with the exception of Tasmania, haven't we seen a number of states increase the size of their legislative assemblies, like Queensland has, for example? I think in New South Wales have increased the size of their state parliaments.
I haven't looked at the pattern of increases. Queensland had a relatively minor change that then got packaged with changing the preferential voting system as well by amendments. I haven't looked at the exact trajectory of the state numbers. I've just looked at the federal parliament in isolation for these purposes. Tasmania has recently had a return to a previous level.
Yeah, I'd be interested in you taking that on notice. If you can have a bit of a look at that, that would be good to see the size of the state parliaments. Because just anecdotally, you can see, I think, because the population of the states continue to increase in the bigger states, they've increased the size of the parliament over the years. I'd be keen to get that information from you if you could do a bit of research as well, because I don't think we've had the corresponding increase in the size of the federal parliament since Federation. Only a couple of times has it expanded. I'm also keen to hear from you about what happens with the Northern Territory, because it's just my observation as a federal MP is we seem every term to have to pass a piece of legislation that maintains two House of Representatives members in the Northern Territory. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so that was because there's a mathematical issue with when the number of MPs that the Northern Territory is entitled to falls between 1 and 2, at which point should you round that to 1, and at which point should you round that to 2? It's quite a technical mathematical issue. I think the old formula was too harsh, so it is good that it was changed. But if the Northern Territory's population relative to the nation keeps going down, then you will get this issue again at some point, and you will have to consider, on what basis do you keep maintaining two MPs for the Northern Territory? One of the benefits of expanding the representatives is that that will push that issue away for a while as well. The Northern Territory will be closer to 2 MPs as a share of population, and there'll be less malapportionment in its favour.
Also, you have talked about in the past number of senators up to about 14. What's your optimum number of House of Representative seats in the federal parliament? So
I've talked about both the expansion to 14 senators per state and the expansion to 16 senators per state. I have some news or a modelling of the last couple of elections coming on that. One interesting thing is that some of the 4-2 left-right splits that we've had in recent elections become 4-4 splits if you do them as 8 8 senators elected at a time, which will be the 16 senator model. So I don't have a strong view about which of the two expansions is better. I think it would be desirable to see at least some expansion soon.
And my final question, Chair, is you're a strong believer, from what I can read online, of the single member seats rather than proportional representation or the Hare-Clark system or anything of that nature. You believe that results in a democratic outcome in our polity, do you not?
I think it is good to have two chambers rather than one. I think it is good to have two chambers that are elected by fundamentally different electoral systems. So I like the balance of having a one seat of single-member electorates and one seat that's closer to proportional representation.
You're having to try and convince a Queenslander here, Kevin.
Yes. I think my experience is particularly honed by having seen some very bad legislation pass through the lower house in my own state and only not become law because the upper house amended it or blocked it. So it's like I think that it's beneficial to have two chambers because I care more about blocking as much bad legislation as possible than necessarily all good legislation always getting through quickly. I'm sort of a bit conservative about that aspect of it. So I like the interplay between different electoral systems, so that something to pass has to run the test of two different electoral systems with a mechanism for breaking the deadlock between them if necessary. And we've got that. I wish the Senate was not so malapportioned on state basis and closer to a proportional representation of the people as a whole, but we're a bit lucky that because the states all vote in roughly the same way anyway, that tends to get cancelled out. So I'm not necessarily against the idea of multi-member seats for the lower house, but I think it needs to be handled with care. I mean, Hare-Clark flies well in a little place like Tasmania with high electoral literacy. Everybody knows everybody. I don't think introducing Hare-Clark to Western Sydney is going to work particularly well, for instance.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Campbell.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for coming to talk to us, Kevin. I appreciate it. The first question I have was in relation to the false claims that you were talking about with respect to voting processes. And I was wondering whether you've seen any models from other jurisdictions, whether they be in Australia or overseas, for what works to prevent those kind of false claims beyond civics.
No, I haven't looked at other jurisdictions. I mean, other jurisdictions have very different electoral systems, so the false claims that we get in Australia are often unique to our own system or very close to.
Yes. No, and presumably the false claims are unique, but the false claims being made presumably is something that's happening across the globe as well.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of. Like in the US, you have loads of false claims about all manner of electoral processes, but their system is very decentralised. And if somebody wanted to take national action against them, they would find it very difficult to do so. I haven't looked at other jurisdictions to say what they do about these issues.
No, I understand. And in terms of that sort of distinguishing between misinformation and disinformation versus general negative campaigning, do you think that there's a legislative or regulatory way to do that?
In terms of general, I think it's quite... In terms of like general truth in advertising kinds of provisions, I think it's very difficult. It's like... Some of the, I particularly get concerned about sort of big, sort of major, sort of big picture controversies like climate change, vaccines, things like this, where sort of one person is going to say this is misinformation, another person is going to say no, it's just an alternative viewpoint. And if a body like the AEC gets drawn into having to arbitrate those disputes, it gets very difficult.
And do you believe that any domestic groups engaged in interference in the last election?
I'm aware of the broader debate about the role of sort of campaign activities by groups at polling booths and things like that. I don't know. Obviously, there are some, there are various organised groups that are actively campaigning with messages that might be misleading, but I don't know about interference.
What do you think the threshold for interference is, in your opinion?
I think of that as sort of like I think of issue of interference. I think of sort of like foreign interference. I don't think it's a major issue.
So do you think that interference can only occur if it's undertaken by foreign entities?
Well, I'm not sure that is there something in specific that you're getting at as a possible example?
No, in terms of, interference, we undertook some hearings last week and we talked about interference in the context of mis and disinformation and, whether and when indeed something would hit that threshold to be or be considered to be interference outside of a foreign entity.
Right. Yeah, I sort of like I'm so used to thinking of the term interference in terms of sort of like someone coming from outside a system and interfering with a system in that way. I'm not so used to thinking of it in terms of sort of actions within a system. I sort of think that's part of the process. I'd sort of use other words for it. Obviously, yeah, there is a lot of misleading campaigning that goes on with any election.
No, I understand. That's all from me, Chair.
Thanks, Ms Campbell. Mr Bonham, thanks very much for your time today and for coming at such short notice. We look forward to receiving your written submission.
Okay.
I think I have to say something when you leave, don't I? If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 21st of November 2025? You will be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have our next witness here. Mr Gray. Excellent. Right on time. Good to go?
Absolutely.
I now welcome the representatives for 4-year terms Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Marty Gray. I am the founder of 4-Year Terms Australia, which is an advocacy group focused on achieving fixed 4-year terms for our federal parliament.
Thank you, Mr Gray. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to start by saying that Australia has one of the shortest parliamentary terms in the democratic world. We're one of only 8 countries which has a term of 3 years or less, and the Prime Minister of the day also has complete discretion to call an election earlier than this. In practice, this means Australia faces an electoral campaign on average every 2 years and 8 months. I've got longer to pay off my phone plan at the moment than that. It is this combination of really short maximum terms of 3 years and an unfixed election date, which means our federal government actually has very little time to govern compared to most other governments around the world, as also our states. It means Australia's economic growth also consistently drops in election years as businesses and the public service have to delay decisions and investments every 2.5 years, waiting for polls to be called. These limitations around our parliamentary terms have been debated and known about for over 100 years, but they're getting more acute in the modern era. The complexity of the federal government and the issues that it's facing are only increasing, which means our short terms are often ill-equipped to deal with some of the biggest challenges of today. The 24-hour news cycle and professional campaigning means strategising and commentary around when the election is going to be held are a far greater distraction than they've ever been in the past. And now every state, territory and local government now operate on four-year terms, and all except Tasmania have fixed terms. Our federal government is an outlier, resulting in inconsistencies and misalignment with our other levels of government. This all has a really significant but often hidden cost on our economy. Estimated that if we switch to 4-year fixed parliamentary terms for our federal government, we would save around $60 billion over the next 20 years. And this committee, I think, can be the start of that change. The first priority should be to determine what an appropriate model and secure the necessary multi-partisan support to deliver a fixed election date via legislation as a first instance, with appropriate guardrails. This would lay a really strong foundation for a subsequent referendum on fixed terms, and then ultimately perhaps one on 4-year terms as well. I know many balk, and rightly so, at the prospect of a referendum. There are really two strong reasons why we should think about one when it relates to parliamentary terms. The first of which is there's political support right across the political spectrum that just doesn't exist for a lot of other issues. If you put John Howard, Kim Beazley and Bob Hawke, Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton, Julia Gillard and Malcolm Turnbull, state premiers like Anastasia Palaszczuk, Dominic Perrottet, Senator David Pocock, as well as interest groups like Grattan Institute, the Business Council and the Australia Institute in one room, and tried to get them to agree on something significant about how the country should be run, there's probably not many things that they would agree on. But they can all agree and have recognised that our current parliamentary term is holding us back, and we really should take advantage of that. But despite this political support right across the spectrum, the reason why we haven't got movement is there's been this belief that the public isn't willing to accept change, that the issue is too boring or too self-interested for politicians to pass a referendum. I think this concern is overstated, and we should give the public far more credit. When asked, the majority of Australians consistently support longer terms and an election date that is set more independently than it currently is. We had a New South Wales and a Queensland referendum pass when they moved to 4-year fixed terms. And it's also an issue where political leadership is actually required to start that debate, though. Term lengths are an invisible cost, and it won't be a priority until our political leaders make it one. And New Zealand's experience shows this. A parliamentary inquiry very similar to this one we have today in 2023 recommended that they move from 3 to 4-year terms. And that led to legislation that is now before the New Zealand Parliament, subject to a referendum. And this committee, I hope, can play a very similar role to that one in New Zealand. Australia's short parliamentary terms are a historical relic designed to align with colonial parliamentary terms that no longer exist, and we should take this opportunity to fix them for good. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. You've outlined some of the reasons, but sort of what was the catalyst for you starting this 4-year terms Australia?
It happened to me during the last federal election, which I just read in the paper that Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese both agreed that they think we should move to fixed 4-year terms, probably after being asked for the 1,000th time that day when the election was going to be held. And that said to me, here's two leaders who agree on nothing during the lead up to an election campaign, but they agree on one of the most fundamental things about how our constitution, how our parliament should run. I looked in further detail and just saw that this had been an issue for so long with so much political agreement on. But the problem was that there was this lack of understanding or willingness to engage the public on the issue because, you know, it is a little bit tricky, it is a little bit boring, there's always a higher priority. So there was a gap where I think there's a way that we can better communicate with the public about what the benefits of this change are. And doing some work in New Zealand, I recognised the fact that, you know, they're currently going through this process. And when it got talked about a little bit more, the public really understood it. It's not rocket science. People can know the difference between 3 and 4. People really dislike the 6 months of talking about when the election's going to be held, which is a decision that has very little interest for the general public or impact on their daily lives. And then talking to more people, you just realise that there's just a lot of agreement and a lot of benefit here.
Define what you mean by fixed, because we've heard some evidence that sort of says you could legislate fixed term but still keep the provisions within the Constitution that allow for a double dissolution, that allow for the dissolution of Parliament. Is that the model that you're suggesting, or like the full wholesale rewrite of the Constitution where you remove those powers and it's like fixed? Or is it sort of fixed but can be dissolved?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chair. So the model that I think works is, I guess, what you would call semi-fixed.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a spectrum, like what we have today, where the political leader of the day has complete discretion to call an election whenever they wish within that term length, which is what we have. The other end of the spectrum is entirely fixed, can't change. So the US House, for example, Norway is another example where the election date won't change basically under any circumstance. What the vast majority of countries and the vast majority of our states and territories do is have a version of semi-fixed. So you have a fixed election date, but there are provisions that enable an early election to be called in certain circumstances, essentially to break a deadlock in the parliament. So,
so the double dissolution stuff still there, still the government of the day would have the power to retain that. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Or if there's a vote of no confidence in the government and confidence can't be regained in a certain period of time, or some other leader or party can't regain confidence in a certain period of time, there's still the ability to call an early election. And what that model does is it retains the flexibility to call early elections in circumstances that require it, but it removes the unfairness of the current model, which allows one political leader to basically set the date to their advantage, which obviously has an issue of fairness. But the bigger issue for Australia, I think, is it reduces our already very short terms, because our maximum term is 3 years, but we go down to 2.7 years because of these unfixed terms that are called early.
You referenced in your submission over $60 billion in benefits over 20 years. Could you sort of expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a study done late last year by Mandala Partners on behalf of the McKinnon Foundation. So the benefits fall into 3 buckets. The first bucket is a better performing parliament, essentially. So at the moment, there's a very short window, you would all know far better than I do, where you can really focus on passing legislation, getting things done. All of the people are in their roles, they know what they're doing, but they're not yet campaigning. So if you can expand that window, at the moment, it's probably around 12 months in some circumstances under a 2.7-year term. But under a fixed 4-year term, you actually double the amount of time that the Parliament and the government is working, and its sole focus is on just getting stuff done. So there's a huge productivity boost there. The second category of benefits, which is actually the largest, it's around $40 billion, is a more productive public service and a more productive private sector. So the public service, in the lead up, well before the election is called, has to pause a lot of big investments and decisions because it has to wait, doesn't know when the election's going to be, doesn't know who's going to win, so it pauses a huge amount of decisions. I've been a public servant in caretaker mode. I can say from personal experience, productivity is not at its highest. And the private...
Be careful what you say.
I'm just speaking about my own productivity, not anybody else's, I assure you. But it happens in the private sector all the time as well. So, you don't know when the election's going to be called. If there's big policy differences between parties, you don't even know who the minister's going to be. You don't know who's going to have the balance of the Senate. So what private companies do is they just delay big decisions. I spoke to somebody who works in the building and construction industry the other day who reached out to me after I started this campaign, and they say they regularly pause major bills waiting for an election campaign to be called. So, you're waiting 6-9 months extra for new houses to be built, one of the biggest issues our country is facing, because we have the world's shortest parliamentary terms and complete uncertainty when our elections are going to be held.
I'll go to Senator Hodgson-May.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Sorry, just let me get it working. Thank you for joining us today. First question, you noted in your submission that every state and territory except for Tasmania has fixed terms. Expanding on your previous answer to the chair, in your view, how might introducing fixed terms at the federal level improve the functioning of our elections and strengthen democratic processes regardless of term lengths?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Senator. I think it will do so in 2 really important ways. The first way is it will increase the length of our extremely short terms already. So if you have a fixed election date, you reduce the basically ability of a Prime Minister, or increase the political cost of a Prime Minister calling an early election, so that we have more delivery time. So an unfixed term in a 5-year government, like in Canada or the UK, isn't as much of an issue because you're not reducing the amount of time that much. But when you already have the world's shortest maximum terms, if you reduce it by 3-4 months, that's 3-4 months of really productive government time. So that's why it's so important in Australia. The other reasons why it's important, I think, is it just increases enthusiasm for the democratic process. There is not a single person in Australia who thinks talking for 6 months about when the election's going to be held, betting on when the election's going to be held, endless commentary on the news about, oh, well, the NRL grand final's this day, school holidays are this day, so we think it's going to be this day. It is extremely enduring for the general public. And if we can spend more time focusing on the actual issues that matter during an election rather than when the election's going to be held, it's a far better outcome. And in the States, that's something that's just a given. We don't have to have that conversation in the States because we know when the elections are going to be held because they all have these semi-fixed terms where the election's going to be held on a certain date unless there's sort of extenuating circumstances. And we almost take it for granted because it's not something that we face.
Yeah, thank you. As someone who's been pregnant for 2 election cycles, I think it would be quite useful from an accessibility point of view too. You've also talked about potential economic benefits of 4-year terms. Have you undertaken or are you aware of any analysis on the economic impacts of introducing fixed terms at a federal level?
It's a really good point. So the most recent research that's been done on this is focused on both together, basically fixed and 4-year terms. I think the general consensus is from a lot of experts who've worked on this for a long time is that the benefits of fixed terms are probably greater than moving to 4-year terms. Predominantly because of that indecision and that risk and uncertainty that exists in both the public service and the private sector. If you can remove that alone will unlock a lot of the benefits. So if the benefits are $40 billion for fixed and 4-year terms for that uncertainty in the public service and the private sector, you say 60% of the benefits of that, you're looking at $24 billion over the next 2 decades.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then moving back to 4-year terms, you make the case for increased government accountability via 4-year terms. Is there a counter-argument, I suppose, about that less frequent elections may reduce accountability by removing regular opportunities for voters to express dissatisfaction?
No, it's a really good point, Senator. And what I think moving to fixed and 4-year terms will do is it's not about making politicians' lives easier, it's about making them perform better, in my view. I think because at the moment, when you have an election every 2.7 years, it's a system that essentially forces politicians to be in this constant campaign mode. And you have a very limited window where your job is solely to just get things done to improve people's daily lives. So if you can move to 4-year fixed terms, what you can end up doing is you can hold politicians more accountable for what they deliver in their job rather than what they'll say they'll deliver on the campaign trail. And there's been evidence done in a lot of other jurisdictions that the effectiveness of parliaments actually increases when you do have a longer term. Obviously, it's a spectrum, like you don't want terms that are too long, but 4 years and definitely fixed terms seems to be the right balance, particularly in Australia, because Australians vote more than almost anyone else in the world. We have 3 levels of government. We have compulsory voting, unlike anywhere else in the world. Australians aren't putting their hand up saying, I want to vote more often. What they're saying is, I want my politicians focused on long-term delivery, improving my lives, rather than the short-termism that our current model essentially forces us all into.
Thank you very much. And I think my last question is, you've explored a few different options to align Senate terms to a 4-year lower house term. Do you have a preferred option, and are there any drawbacks, you think, to an 8-year Senate term?
Thank you, Senator. And that is definitely the most complicated problem in this whole debate. And it's why I think we should focus first on legislating fixed terms, potentially then going to referendum on fixed terms, because it's much simpler and easier to explain that, I think. But when it comes to 4-year terms, there's 2 really realistic options. One is to extend senators' terms to 8 years and continue to have a half Senate election every general election, or you reduce them to 4 years. And then you basically have a double dissolution every general election. There's pros and cons to both. The biggest negative to moving to 8-year terms for the Senate is that same one about accountability that you mentioned before, Senator. 8 years is a long time to not be held accountable at an election, so there's a concern that that is too long. It still exists under our current model of 6, but 8 obviously makes that longer. And the more recent concern that people have raised about that is about accountability in relation to how they're voted in. So if you're a senator voted in with a certain party, you leave within the first 6 months, you've got 7.5 years potentially as an independent or from another party. There's a question as to whether or not that is too long because the overwhelming majority of Australians don't vote for an individual senator, they vote above the line. The concern about 4 years, restricting it to 4 years, is, the whole reason we had extended senator terms at the Federation was this idea of continuity, that, you didn't want a full handover at a general election, particularly if a certain party won a really large proportion of the vote. There's a debate as to the merits of that in the modern era, as minor and independent party votes have consistently increased not only in Australia but in all democracies. So the chances of a government of the day gaining both power in the House and the Senate is increasingly not that likely. So whether or not that's an important checks or balance going forward is probably something that's debated a bit more. Myself personally, and I think most of the people who've worked on this, suggest that having equal 4-year terms for both the House and the Senate is probably the better option on balance. But I think also it's the one that's going to pass a referendum is probably the most important too, because it's more complicated than just talking about fixed terms, in my view.
Great. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Senator Mulholland.
Okay. I just want to go to... Thank you very much for your submission. It was really interesting. We have previously heard from some other witnesses around the fact that for the last few federal elections, they've occurred around the same time. They roughly ended up in May, and they sort of run to a fairly standardised format. So it was interesting to hear in the submission, to read in the submission, that it's about 2 years and 8 months on average. So that's not necessarily sort of consistent with what we were hearing. So that's helpful advice. And it was also very interesting to read about the productivity piece. I just wanted to sort of tease out a little bit more. You talked about sort of a bit of a two-step process about how we might be able to get to fixed terms. So in stepping that through from a legislative perspective, based on the advice and the research you've got available to you, do you think it would be fairly simple for a parliament to change the Electoral Act to move to add a fixed term for 3 years without needing to proceed to a referendum?
I think, and other countries have done this as well, it is definitely possible, and I think that should be the first step to revise the Act. And obviously that has to be a very multi-partisan approach, and if you can do it in a way where the Parliament can be as cohesive as possible around it. Obviously the concern that many have raised about this is the Constitution will override what legislation is passed, and a government of the day can repeal that legislation as well. So it's obviously not as rock solid as changing the Constitution. But I think it does three things that are really important. The first and foremost is you actually nail down what the model should look like. What are the guardrails? What are the exemptions? When would the date be? So if you actually go through the process collectively as a parliament to decide that, that's a lot of the problem solved. The second thing that I think it does is you normalise fixed elections for the general public. So if we can have an election or have two elections under a legislated fixed election date, then when you go to a referendum in future, you're not asking the Australian public to accept something new. You're just asking them to enshrine an existing process into the Constitution. So if we're all used to having an election in the first week of May, for example, and all we're asking the public to do is say, should we do this going forward, or should we just let the Prime Minister decide whenever they want? They go, hey, it's working pretty well. Why don't we keep doing this? So I think that's the two important points. And then I think the third point that's really important is a Prime Minister could, obviously, if they had the numbers, could repeal that legislation, or they could just go to the Governor-General and say, I know the legislation says this, but the Constitution says I can call it whenever I want, so I can do that. So they could do that, but it increases the political cost to any sitting Prime Minister of doing that. So if you're a Prime Minister today, setting an election whenever you want, there's no political cost in doing that. It's actually assumed that you will do that, and everyone just bakes that in. If all of a sudden you have to either repeal legislation or potentially contravene that legislation, you're going to go, hang on, the slight benefit I might get in having it 1 week over another is not worth that. So I'm going to just do when it's said it's done, and everybody can bake that in. And if you get that process in place and normalise it, as we have for our states, then I think it's a much easier sell to the Australian public.
Would you anticipate that first step of Electoral Act reform that puts in a fixed term on the 3-year term, that should be in place for the next federal election due in 3 years' time?
I mean, that would be a fantastic outcome, I think. I think fixed terms is easier to do that. And we've almost done it. Like there was an example when, I can't remember which election it was, but Julia Gillard, when she was Prime Minister, she actually said the election's going to be held well in advance of it.
Yeah.
So, there's no... And you're not asking for extra time as a Prime Minister. The concern, what Queensland did in its referendum on moving to 4-year fixed terms, they said any 4-year term should go after the next election, because giving extra time obviously should happen after the next election. But if you're just fixing a term, I see no reason why you shouldn't do that within the current term, because I think the Australian public would actually be very supportive and very relieved that they don't have to endure another 6 months of, political Ouija boarding about when the election date's going to be, and businesses and the public service have confidence to know when it's going to be, to make the investments, to make the decisions that they need to. So I think we should do it in this term.
Absolutely. And because I'm a senator for Queensland and the world revolves around Queensland, I will say, allegedly, Chair, that... I think taking people on a journey, we did that in Queensland. We did take the community on a journey, and that brought a lot of public support. I think people could see where we were going. If there was support to move to 3-year fixed terms and we were to bake it in for the next federal election, that would be 2028. It is going to be a bit of a hairy year in Queensland because we've got fixed 4-year terms for local government in March, the last weekend of March. We've got a fixed term, 4-year term for state election at the end of October. And then potentially if we were to fix it in for the federal election, say around, May, we've got 3 elections. Obviously, there's a big country out there, so lots of different electoral cycles. So maybe that 2028 experience might provide some argument to pushing it out 1 year to 4, so you don't, the poor people of Queensland might be electioned out potentially in 2028.
The world does revolve a little around Queensland in this respect, absolutely, because you were you're a state that went to a referendum to move to 4-year fixed term, so it was successful. So it shows it can be done. It created what I think is considered one of the best models for what the semi-fixed term looks like in terms of what the exemption should be. So it's a really great case study. And what you've just described, what 2028 looks like, is the exact problem that we have at the moment with 3-year unfixed terms. When our federal government is the outlier with state and local governments, you constantly have these overlappings that change every term that make it very difficult. And I can't imagine the amount of hours that are, unproductive in both the private sector and in the public services of those respective governments that are just spent trying to figure all of those things out. Like imagine the different intergovernmental programs, the changing ministers, the changing priorities that happen as a result in that year. That's a huge cost to the Queensland economy.
Absolutely. I don't think I'm going to get any better evidence than the world revolves around Queensland, Mr. Chair, so I will leave it there.
Leave it at that before you get conflicting evidence. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go on from that. Isn't one of the issues that you have around fixed 3-year terms, though, that you're always going to have this clash with the state and local governments whereby you do have a culmination of all 3 tiers of government having a vote in any 1 year? So look, it happened in South Australia in 2022. And
I think you're absolutely right. So that's one of the challenges with 3-year terms in general, having an inconsistency between federal government and everyone else. So that's one of the good arguments why we should move to 4-year terms. In respect to whether or not we should have unfixed or fixed terms, I think, as you've heard from our Queensland experience in 2028, that's a problem that we still face today. We faced in the last federal election as well, where the Western Australian state election was sort of conflicting as well. So it's not an issue that goes away if you move to fixed terms, but what it takes away from is the politics of the decision. All of a sudden, everyone outside of the parliament has more confidence in when that election is going to be held. Of course, there's still going to be conflicts, but you can work through a process that makes that a lot less uncertain for everybody else. Longer term, I think if you do move to 4-year terms, or if you do enshrine this in Constitution, there does need to be a process of, okay, now we've got this new system, how do we align state, local government and federal elections in a way that's as efficient as possible, where they're not overlapping with each other, and you maximise the amount of time that those respective governments can work together. former New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet has talked about this a lot, about the fact that he found it incredibly difficult as a premier because he'd have 3 to 6 months with his counterparts in other states where they actually neither of which were campaigning and neither of which were in the chair. And he said that made it incredibly difficult for him to actually negotiate with the federals, with the other state premiers. And if you move to fixed 4 years, eventually, I think you can really resolve that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. So since Federation, we've had 45 referendums. We've only had 8 successful. That means we're running at an average of about 18% success rate. If referendums were easy, we'd probably have more of them. And you've made comments to the effect that there's general wide support for 4-year fixed terms. So what research has your organisation done to back up that statement? It's
a great point. So I think the first point I'll come to is, what are the ingredients that would make a referendum on this as successful as possible? And I think there's a couple of things that we can take account of. I should recognise the fact that there was a referendum on 4-year terms when Bob Hawke was Prime Minister in 1988, which failed. And there's a couple of really important lessons I think we should take from that process. First and foremost is it wasn't bipartisan at the time. So there was campaigning and votes fell quite similar on party lines. So my firm belief, similar to what happened in New Zealand, similar in some of the states, is that it has to be multi-partisan for this to go anywhere. The second thing was that referendum was bundled in with about 4 or 5 other questions as well. So there was recognising the local government in the Constitution. There was this quasi-Bill of Rights idea as well. There was too much information on too many different things. If you're going to do a referendum on term lengths, it's got to be just a single question and focused on that and that alone. And public education well in advance of the question is super important. This isn't an issue that's front of mind, but as soon as you ask people and talk to them about it, increasingly on support. In terms of what evidence there is for that, a bunch of different media companies, AFR did a recent poll that showed I think about 80% supported the change and 60% wanted a referendum within this term of government. There's a couple of universities who've done similar research on this, which I'm happy to provide the committee. And it's something that we've just started up, but we really want to do some more polling to show that there is a lot of support for this idea. And then some of the other things that I think are really important as well is actually how you stagger this. So sort of, as I said in the previous question, I think the right path forward would be to legislate, bed down a model for what fixed terms for 3 years looks like, get that in place, get the public accustomed to it, get talking about it. In the same way in New Zealand, once it starts being talked about, people get across it, they support it, and then we go to a referendum on saying, should we just keep the status quo of having a fixed election date rather than giving the power back to the Prime Minister to decide whenever they want? And consistently, I think the argument will be across the country that, yes, we support this. And the Queensland referendum succeeding, the New South Wales referendum succeeding in recent decades, I think shows that there is support for this.
No, thank you. Just lastly, with the rise of AI and the use of other social media influence style platforms, does that make it inherently more hard to keep a clear message around something like a referendum for 4-year fixed terms? And do you see any complications that we should be aware of or have thoughts on how to deal with some of the mis and disinformation through social media platforms, including AI?
It's a really interesting point. I think the rise of social media, the 24-hour news cycle, and just the politics associated with that have really exacerbated the concerns with our current model. I think we've done pretty well as a country in spite of them, but because the media cycle is so fast now, and because the issues that we're dealing with are so much more complex, 2 years and 7 months is often really not long enough to actually spend the time doing that. And in this permanent campaigning mindset, it's a lot harder to just focus government on the job of getting the work done. So I think that is the biggest issue. I think, as you've sort of pointed out, public education will be incredibly important. I think this issue is actually a lot less complicated than people think it is. Should we have an independent election date rather than a political leader decide it? That's a question that most people support, and it's not the hardest question either. There's obviously a lot of detail on what the exemptions are that most people probably won't care about, but it is something that's actually not too bad. And to your point about AI, I think that's a great point as to why we actually need to do this. If you're the minister and you get directed by the Prime Minister, you need to legislate how we should regulate AI or disinformation at an election. You currently probably have a 9 to maybe 18-month window to pass that legislation, get it passed through the Senate. Our current model is just not equipped to deal with these issues, and we need more time to actually be able to deal with them if we're going to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Ms Campbell?
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to share your views with the committee today. I too am from Queensland, so I'm glad that you are someone who also supports Queensland. I was going to go to your comments on the public consistently supporting longer terms, and you mentioned research on that, and I was wondering if you could please take us through the research.
Yeah, absolutely. So probably the most comprehensive thing to start off with is the 2 referendums or referenda that passed in New South Wales and Queensland, which is probably the most comprehensive example that we show that there is support for this. There's some research that's been done, it's just being finalised at the moment, that showed roughly about 75% of respondents said that they support fixed terms, and slightly less than that, about 4-year terms. New Zealand at the moment is still tracking in the majority for its move from 3 to 4-year terms, although it's slightly more controversial there because they don't have an upper house, so there's concern it's giving too much power to the government of the day. And it's something that we're planning on doing in the near future, to do sort of a comprehensive national polling of just what the support is for fixed terms in particular, and then also one on 4-year terms as well. In terms of more information that's been done, a fair bit's been done in Europe as well, where there's been a couple of referenda or pieces of legislation that have passed there. And generally speaking, you're looking at around 2/3 of people in a lot of countries that are saying, you know, I want an independent election date, one that has less political interference involved.
And what's been the public experience post the introduction of a fixed term?
I would say in most instances, and looking at what's happened in the States in particular, once it's in place, it no longer becomes an issue for the general public. The election's called when the election's going to be when it's going to be. We spend less time focusing on the indecision around when it's going to be, so the business and the public service have that productivity benefit. But for the public, the biggest benefit is you just don't have to spend 6 months hearing about when the election's going to be, and you can focus more on the issues that matter in election, or not focus on it at all. So I would say, particularly in relation to fixed terms, the general public's experience is just more one of relief. Other countries that have moved from shorter terms to longer terms, the general experience has been, there's been reports from a couple of countries, and in the New Zealand inquiry in 2023 looks at this in detail, was that it's obviously very subjective, but there's been a reduced sense of short-termism with government. There's a roughly 20% increase in the amount of legislation or government programs that can be passed in non-election years. So you have an extra election year of that. You have 1 or 2 extra budgets within each election cycle. So your ability to do fiscal management within one term increases significantly. So the general experience is one where you have less short-term politics and more just long-term delivery.
And the economic benefits, have we seen them flow through in terms of the figures in the places where there has been a move to those fixed terms?
It's a good question. I'd have to come back to you on that. The studies that have generally looked at is that GDP growth drops on average 0.5% in an election year. Obviously, you still want elections, so that's an inevitability cost. That reduces by 1 year, and it reduces the uncertainty of the study here in Australia looked at, which used a lot of data from Europe in particular, that showed that there's about a 2.4% increase in business investment when you have the increased confidence of a fixed longer term.
No. Thank you. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ms Campbell. Can I just ask, in closing, just a few questions about the New Zealand, just your experience with New Zealand? If what I understand is that, so there was some public sentiment that sort of supported the move to fixed terms. Then the Parliament introduced legislation, and that's currently live now. Like, are they still debating that? Okay. And then if that draft legislation is passed, it would then require a referendum in future. Do you want to talk, is that sort of the timeline of what's happening down there?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Chair. So there was a parliamentary inquiry in 2023.
Yeah.
It was a report that looked at a range of things, but it effectively came to the conclusion that parliamentary terms are a balance between accountability and effectiveness. You know, you want a parliament to be accountable to the people fairly regularly, so it reflects the will of the people, but you also need to give them time to actually do the job. And it came to the conclusion that their current system of 3-year terms didn't have that balance right, that it wasn't performing as effectively as it could, and that could be increased substantially by moving to 4-year terms. So legislation was introduced this year and is going through the process now, probably to early next year. And the Prime Minister has indicated there that, subject to a referendum, they intend to pass that legislation and effectively move to 4-year terms. And I think one thing that's really interesting about the New Zealand process is I think the argument for 4-year terms in Australia is actually a fair bit stronger in New Zealand than in New Zealand for a couple of reasons. One is they don't have a Senate. So the biggest concern they have about moving to 4-year terms is that the government of the day will have a lot of power, whereas, we're one of the rare countries that have a democratically elected Senate, which holds the government to account every single day. And it's very rare, obviously, for an Australian government to hold the numbers in the Senate. So there's a level of accountability that exists here that doesn't necessarily happen in New Zealand or Canada and the UK and others. And that's why one of the biggest questions in New Zealand has been around that, like, are they going to change their committee processes to, give more power to the opposition and minor parties in response to longer terms? The other thing, they don't obviously have state or territory governments there as well. So the benefit of aligning state and territory governments with a federal term that exists in Australia doesn't really exist in New Zealand as well. And they also don't have a written constitution, which makes things a little bit easier, but it also, again, doesn't have the same overriding power with courts as an Australian Prime Minister would have. So it's interesting that New Zealand is willing to make this move because they see the benefits, even though personally I think the value in doing so in Australia is a fair bit stronger than it is in New Zealand.
Do you think that process whereby you've got the inquiry, it recommends, then you introduce legislation subject to a referendum, do you think that would help build the case for passing, for bipartisan or multi-partisanship, but also passing a referendum?
Absolutely, and that's the reason why
rather than just dropping it, saying we're going to hold a referendum, so it goes through the Parliament, it goes through process. Yeah,
I think this is one of those issues where the public is never going to come to Parliament on. Yeah. Because it's this invisible hidden costs on our economy. If you ask people about it, they're frustrated with the current system. They recognise its limitations, but there's always something more important. And there's always been something more important for over 100 years now. And what New Zealand has shown is that parliamentary inquiry process, once people knew it was multi-partisan, once people understood the topic, it started to be talked about, that's what really got the momentum going. And that's why this committee is so important, because I think it can play that exact same role. Without political leadership, we'll just keep muddling on. But what's been shown in New Zealand and other places is that if you start the conversation and show that political leadership, the public support this and are willing to come along that journey. And I think the thing that we should really take advantage of is the fact that we can legislate this, bed down a model, and we can have a referendum on the status quo rather than a referendum on change, which is a huge advantage, I think.
So having a legislated process would help get a referendum over the line. If it passes both houses, if it's not unanimous, but if it's got strong multi-partisan support, if it gets through the House and Senate, then it's more likely to get through a referendum.
Absolutely. And, the constitutional professors will tell you, well, a Prime Minister could still override that legislation should they wish to, and they absolutely could. But at what political cost? The political cost of doing that would be higher than the benefit of calling an early election at a week that might suit them slightly better. So you've got a pretty good system in place. You show the public that works. You show the model makes sense. The business and the public service community will be so relieved to have that greater confidence to invest and make decisions. And the public will come on board through that process.
I think at the last JSCEM, this is my last question, by the way, at the last JSCEM, was it a bipartisan recommendation to go to 4-year terms because of the 8-year provision in the Senate? My understanding is that that's probably the easier constitutional change if you just change it to 4 years without realigning the Senate. So you just kind of extend it and therefore extend the Senate term. However, I think my understanding was the commentary around the 8 years wasn't necessarily that it was 8 years for the senator. It's in the occasions where, and we heard it from Mr. Bonham earlier, where someone leaves a political party and just sort of becomes a rogue for 7 years, right? Would you support provisions to address that through a constitutional change, that if someone were elected on a party ticket and if they were to leave the party, that the party could then replace them rather than them sitting in the Senate for 7 years non-aligned, noting that the majority of Australians vote above the line and elect that group. And I think in the Senate now we've got disaffected members from all political stripes occupying seats that were they didn't personally achieve.
It's a really great question, and I think one of the biggest concerns that consistently has been with extending Senate terms is exactly that issue. You know, there's obviously the issue about accountability. Even if they stay in the same party, 8 years is a long time as to whether or not that still reflects the will of the people. That's obviously increased substantially if that person leaves that party and goes to another or an independent. Personally, I haven't looked into the details around what that could look like to basically replace a senator. And it's one of the reasons why I think the focus of this committee and the initial step should be on trying to legislate the fixed term piece, because, you know, that's an area where I think there's probably, hopefully, you know, looking at the previous inquiry on this, it's easier to achieve multi-partisan support and maybe even, you know, support from senators in both House of Representatives, because it's not something that affects one house over the other. So if you can make that the focus, I think, of this inquiry and get that locked into bed and make that the focus, then you can avoid muddling the fixed issue with the 4-year terms issue. Because I think as soon as you start doing that and you start raising questions about the Senate and what that should look like, it becomes a much harder sell for the Australian public. And once we have fixed terms in place, then I think we should probably open up the debate about what would a good model for 4-year terms look like, including, you know, how do you deal with the Senate?
And even though a 3-year fixed term, that's what you mean by legislating fixed terms first, right?
Yes, sorry, that's correct, yes.
Yeah, that's only 5 months. You still think that'd have, based on your average 2 years and 7 months, going to 3 years, would extend a term by 5. You think that would have materially positive benefits as outlined for 4-year fixed terms?
I definitely agree. So I think fixed 4-year terms is, you know, the gold standard best model I think we should go with. The second best model would, I think, be fixed 3-year terms, because although, you know, you get an extra 3-4 months of performance within government, but what you remove is so much of the indecision and uncertainty in the public service and in the private sector. And that's a really hidden cost that occurs all around the country about decisions not made, and it's really hard to calculate what that cost actually is. So I think if you can remove that and have more stability there consistently, that probably on balance is the more beneficial reform in the short term, and it's the easier one to achieve because you don't have to deal with the issue of the Senate. And reform, I think, especially when you talk about referendums, it should be incremental. Like, let's pick the low-hanging fruit, let's get that done. And then we can start talking about sort of the longer term of the 4 years.
Cool. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Gray. I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee.
If you've been asked to provide any additional information, and one thing I would ask you to provide is that polling when you retrieve it. Perhaps you can come back and give us a presentation on the polling if you want to unpack that. But if you could provide that at some point. But any other questions you've been asked to provide, please forward it to the Secretary by the 21st of November 2025. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thanks for your time today and for your efforts.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Ben? morning. I now welcome the representative of the tally room to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Ben Rowie. I run a website called The Tally Room. I'm an election analyst, but ultimately I'm here in a personal capacity.
Thank you, Ben. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, and thanks to the committee for having me today. Look, there's a few different things I've addressed in my submission, and I'm happy to take questions on whichever parts of it or other issues that committee members want to discuss. I want to just emphasise a few main points. I think one of the major agenda items in front of the committee at the moment is expanding the Parliament, and I think that is well overdue. It would be a good time to do it now. I think it has been over 40 years now. It hasn't happened in my lifetime that we've had an expansion in the Parliament. And if we were to increase the number of senators per state to 16, that would roughly take the population of electorates back to the levels they were in 2007. It's not a particularly dramatic change, but it would reduce the burden on MPs. It would increase diversity in Parliament. We see from political science that you would get people elected from a greater variety of parties, but you would also have an opportunity to increase the descriptive representation of people from different ethnic communities and create a greater gender balance as well. It would reduce the size of very large rural electorates, which I know is a concern for MPs who represent those big rural seats. And I think when we talk sometimes about increasing the number of staff in an office to deal with the greater burden, I think from a democratic perspective, it would be far preferable to increase, if you're going to increase the total volume of staff in Parliament, it would be better to do that by having more MPs rather than having a greater number of staff working for the existing MPs. I've also addressed the issues with the electoral system for the House of Representatives, that we've had this electoral system for about 100 years, but it's doing an increasingly poor job of representing how people actually vote. Just 41% of people in 2025 cast their primary vote for the candidate who won their seat. As recently as 2007, it was pretty common that number was over 50%, that a majority of people had voted as a primary vote for their local member. And that number is now much lower. And it's particularly gotten low over the last two elections. I think we're seeing results that are less intuitive and more erratic. Three-corner contests are interesting to watch, but can produce kind of strange outcomes, and it's straining the relationship between how people vote and who they're represented by in a way that I think weakens trust and confidence in Australian democracy. And the one other thing which I won't speak about at length, but I have also addressed concerns around maybe the AEC being too cautious when the time comes to redraw electoral boundaries. I think we saw a number of examples in the last term. They had a particularly large burden in terms of redistributions that sometimes it seems like minimising the number of voters who were moved was prioritised over creating sensible electoral boundaries. And I think that would be a good question to raise for the AECs. Is that a resource challenge? Are there reasons why they are maybe, there's value in keeping people within electorates that they're already in, but if they're doing it too much and it's creating strange-looking electorates, then that's something that I would like to see addressed.
Thanks, Ben. We'll go through some questions now. I'll kick it off. And I wanted to start on your analysis of redistribution, which I found very interesting, and having gone through a big one myself. And there's obviously one on its way, more perhaps in Queensland.
Yep.
And you're right, it is a question for the AEC, but I wouldn't mind unpacking your research here. Obviously, if Parliament was expanded to 16 senators, that would be, upwards of 50 seats. How would you foresee the AEC conducting a redistribution of that size And what time period do you think would it, if it were to be legislated now, would it be for an election in the 2030s rather than the next election?
Yeah, look, I've found that it's useful to separate redistributions based on whether they change the number of seats in a state or if they don't. Because when the number of seats is consistent, you can usually do a minimal redistribution. And probably that's what we're going to get in Queensland. That's what we're getting right now in the other jurisdictions. They're relatively minor. It's not surprising not many voters are moved between electorates. Seats don't get created and abolished usually. But when you have major redistributions, the last round was the most dramatic we had seen since 1984. But you're right, if there was to be, whether you go to 14 senators or 16 or some greater number, the 5 mainland states, potentially the ACT as well, would need to be redrawn. In one sense, the changes would have to be so dramatic that probably this issue of maintaining existing boundaries or minimising the number of voters who are moved becomes kind of irrelevant because you're kind of starting from scratch. And in one sense, it's extra important that the AEC has the time to do it properly, because if you look back at 1984, and I've done a lot of analysis recently on the 1984 and 1948 redistributions when they expanded the parliament, a lot of electorates that exist now were created in that year, in those years. I think Bennelong was created in 1949. And so you're creating a whole bunch of new electorates. You're making decisions about which suburbs fit together with each other. You're coming up with names, which is not the most important thing, but it's a way that we honour people. And so I think it's important that we don't rush it, we give it the time it needs. But I look at the amount of public interest in redistributions now compared to 1984. The volume of submissions is like 10 times in scale, and probably would be greater in such a situation. The public is more interested. There's a lot of people who comment on my blog who have all found each other, and they now have online tools so they can make their own submissions and sometimes come up with really clever solutions to the dilemmas that the map makers have in front of them. So I think we probably would need at least a year to do it. I think there's still time to do that, but it probably would require a decision to be made pretty early next year and to get the legislation through to give it time to be implemented. I'm sure politicians would like a little bit of breathing room between when those boundaries are drawn and when they face election. In the case of the 1984 election, I believe the final boundaries were confirmed in October, November, and the election was held in December. So people probably had a hint of where things were going, but the final confirmation of what those boundaries were, there was a very short time period, but that was a choice that the Hawke government made.
So what happened there? Hawke was elected in 83, increased the parliament through legislation.
He was elected in early 83.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of legislation in that term. That was most of the big electoral legislation happened in that 83-84 term. This committee was created.
Yeah.
So the elections were March 83 and December 84. But they basically went to an election as soon as the boundaries were ready. And so I think probably you would want to get on with it pretty quickly. And one solution is what you suggested, which is you could potentially legislate and deal with it in the following term. Another reason, though, I think there's value in doing it now, which is more of a partisan reason, but I think it's worth mentioning, which is that there is a little bit of evidence that in some of the most marginal government seats, when this has happened before, it makes things a little bit hard for a government. And I can understand how for the current size of the federal government, they are in a position where that would be less of a problem than in the last term or in a future term. That when you have a large majority, you can afford to temporarily create a position where you have marginal seats where you don't have sitting MPs defending those marginal seats. But because the Labor government has such a large majority right now, those seats wouldn't be the ones that decide an election. Whereas if it was a government with a slim majority, they would potentially be those seats. So that's probably out of the scope of this committee, but I do think that's a relevant reason why this is a good time to do it when the last election wasn't very close. I think you want to give it at least a year to do it properly, and you would expect probably there's resourcing concerns for the AEC. I think that those are questions that should be asked to them is, do you have the resources to do it properly, to take the submissions? Because I feel like I have noticed, I've listed a few examples in I don't know if I listed them in here or in blog posts, but examples like the abolition of Higgins, the decision to extend Kingsford Smith across Sydney Airport. There's a few other ones in other states where I'm less familiar with the local geography, but people who are have said this boundary doesn't really make that much sense, but they make sense in the context of minimising the number of voters who've been moved. And I would hope that if this was to happen, the AEC would take it as a once-in-a-generation task that really needs to be done properly.
The link for population is obviously there to make the case to expand it. I feel that the public, particularly when you mention the burden on MPs, that's probably not one of their high priorities. So what benefits to the public, in your words, would there be for more MPs?
Yeah, I feel like I've got a case for politicians and I've got a case for the public.
Sure.
And
I think
they don't have that much overlap, but they both exist.
Yeah.
Look, I think, firstly, it brings politicians closer to the people. I think, having a larger parliament means that there is more MPs, means that there's less of a gap between you and your local MP. Frankly, sometimes I think it probably makes a really small parliament is easier for a government to control. The leaders of the parliament, the ministers and the prime minister and all of that, have smaller backbenchers. Backbenchers tend to be, they tend to want to do stuff and they need to be given jobs to do and things like that. And a larger parliament in some ways I think does create potential for the backbench to play a bigger role. It doesn't necessarily need to follow that you would expand the size of the ministry. Like, I think there would be value in just having more backbenchers who have a little bit more freedom to represent their communities and to consult with the public, both in terms of not having the same strictures of being a minister, but also having more time. I think political science has also shown that a bigger parliament, you would have a more diverse representation. Like, probably you would get a larger number of effective numbers of parties, which is an academic term, but you would have, maybe you don't have actually more parties, but small parties, crossbenchers would probably do a little bit better. I think there is a genuine public concern about whether the demographic representation in Parliament keeps up with the community. I think in terms of ethnic representation, gender representation, a lot of progress has been made in the last few years, but it is a constant challenge that the sitting MPs are already there. You're not starting with a clean slate every election, and adding 25 or 50 more seats to the House and also a number to the Senate does allow that potential to elect some younger people and to have some more representation from communities that are underrepresented. So I think there's a lot of benefits there in terms of I would argue that a larger parliament is better for democracy and a smaller parliament is one that the powers within government and parliament have an easier time controlling it. And I think we see this at local government level and we see it at state level, which is often mayors and general managers like the idea of a really small council because you have a small group of people and you can keep everyone in the tent. And when there's a larger, more diverse council, a larger, more diverse parliament, it does allow a bit more freedom for people to take a different position and creates room for opposition.
Playing devil's advocate, if I said to you, we don't need more MPs, we just need better ones, what would your response be?
I don't think there's a very strong link. Like, MPs are elected for many reasons, and there's many MPs who are very smart and very capable, but they are elected to represent their communities, not necessarily because they are the most talented people in the community. And I think electing more people would allow other people who maybe aren't at the top of the queue the most likely to get elected to Parliament. And, there's only so much we can do to elect better MPs. Like, ultimately, that's up to the community to decide who they want to elect. That's up to the parties to decide who they want to pre-select. But having a larger talent pool to work from would definitely potentially help in terms of choosing ministers and choosing frontbenchers as well. I know that's, it seems a little bit more distant at the federal level, although I still think it's relevant, but you see it a lot in local and smaller assemblies like Tasmania and the ACT, which is some of the governing parties. Almost everyone is on the front bench, and so they are aware that if they got more people elected, they would have more people to choose from. And I think that would also be true at a federal level. Like, if you're thinking about who are the best people to be ministers, I think there's probably plenty of very talented people who've run for Parliament and haven't gotten elected. And it's not because they're not talented, it's because their party didn't have a good election, or they got pre-selected for a seat that was too difficult, or they were third on their party Senate ticket instead of second, and they only got 2 elected. And there's a limited relationship between the talent of the individual and whether they get elected.
Thanks, Ben. Senator Hodgins-May.
Hi, Ben. Thank you for appearing today. I've spent many an hour on your website following some of those three-corner contests over my lifetime.
Sure.
You've raised concerns about recent major redistributions and the resourcing of the AEC, flagging that there were a number of electorates drawn in strange ways, like Melbourne taking in South Yarra instead of South Bank as one example. Obviously, there are technical questions here for the AEC, but I'm really interested in your approach. In your view on how such redistributions impact community interest and our democratic processes?
Yeah, I mean, it's a constant challenge, to be fair to the AEC, to draw electorates that represent communities but are of equal size, because communities aren't evenly divided, and they will always have to make tricky choices at some point. There's always going to be some electorates. I think of places like Hughes, although I think Hughes got particularly bad at the last election, where you have to combine areas that don't have that much to do with each other. But there is a thing that sometimes an electorate makes sense in the current context, but 3 or 6 years later, when you need to redraw it, the boundaries that make the most sense might require more significant redrawing than an alternative that is available. And so in the case of the seat of Melbourne, I think the seat of Higgins was partly chosen to be abolished because it was the lowest enrolment and it required the fewest voters to be moved. And there was a bit of an automatic, all of the surrounding electorates just sucking up all the bits of Higgins. I'm more familiar with Sydney, where Kingsford Smith, there is a local council in Sydney, Bayside, which covers both sides of Sydney Airport. And I think at the time when it was created, that was quite controversial because the 2 separate councils don't really have that much to do with each other. It's quite difficult to actually travel between them unless you go via water. Sydney Airport is this enormous barrier that sits in the middle of it. But the advantage of extending Kingsford Smith along the bay is that it meant far fewer voters in Sydney, Wentworth, Grayndler, those seats in particular, Sydney, Wentworth and Grayndler, had to be moved. And a more sensible choice would have been for Kingsford Smith to expand into Sydney, Sydney to expand into Grayndler, Grayndler to expand into Barton. But it would have involved a lot more voters moving. And I believe that the AEC needs to communicate with residents when they're moved into a new electorate to let them know that they're now enrolled in a different electorate. The roles need to be updated. This is partly why I'm saying there's questions here about what are the reasons why these decisions are made? Because ultimately the Commission is independent, but they follow criteria that's set by the Parliament through legislation. There is a criteria about maintaining existing boundaries, but I would argue that's not necessarily the same thing as minimising the number of voters that get moved. Once a boundary is breached, the question of whether you add 5,000 voters or 10,000 voters, either way the existing boundary no longer exists. And so one thing I have noticed is when you just look at major redistributions, the larger the scale of the job in front of the AEC, the fewer voters they move. So in the case of 2025, only 11% of voters were moved, whereas when they've had a smaller job to do, they've often moved a lot more voters. And that to me strikes me as suggesting that there are this isn't just an independent decision being made, but it reflects the scale of the job. I know in the last Parliament as well, there were issues with the population projections from the ABS for Victoria and Western Australia were wrong and they had to be updated. And I think that probably did cause delays. It certainly affected the public consultation process. So, I don't have personal views about what the best boundaries are for inner city Melbourne, but talking to people who live in that area, there was a lot of people who expressed the view that even if you agree that Melbourne had to move south of the river, it's quite an odd shape, and it leaves McNamara in quite an odd shape too, compared to a choice like moving into South Bank instead.
Thank you very much. What specific do you have specific reforms or measures that you'd recommend the government or AEC implement to ensure future redistributions more accurately reflect population growth and demographic changes?
No, I mean, I'm a supporter of proportional representation, which would involve multi-member electorates, and thus the specific boundaries would matter less. But short of that, I think the rules we have are reasonably good. They are very tight about ensuring that population numbers are equal, and I think that's a good thing. This is the reason why I'm expressing the concern the way I am, because it's kind of the issues seem to be happening in the black box of the committee proceedings, which are for good reasons not something that MPs directly have control over. But, potentially there could be changes to the criteria to clarify that, while existing boundaries, it's a good thing to maintain them, perhaps that should be deprioritised in favour of other changes. But I think the first question is, are there sufficient resources to do this job? Because I think the job is getting harder. The population is bigger, there's more people in the country, and there's more people who want to participate in the process. So the number of submissions, the number of people who make detailed, coherent submissions is also greater. It's one thing for someone to go, I just don't want this suburb moved into this other suburb, but it's people who are actually giving coherent suggestions for what can happen to a lot of seats, and that must create a big burden for the AEC in terms of how they manage those.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to ask about your thoughts on whether it does come down to greater resourcing for the AEC, but I think you've touched on that. Being a consideration. Just on the point of proportional representation, what do you think the risks are of not formally examining proportional representation and, as you've recommended, and just maintaining the status quo?
Yeah, look, the existing system we have now, we know that it leads to governments that get elected with a lot more seats than their share of the vote. It does also, though, in addition to that, produce these outcomes where individual seats, like the case of McNamara, which is a famous one, candidates are elected on a really low vote, and small changes in the votes can produce quite unintuitive results. Without saying any particular result is a good one or a bad one, an example I often give is the Greens win the seat of Ryan and they lose the seat of Griffith. It doesn't really have anything to do with the number of votes the Greens won in those seats, but it has to do with the relative strength of the Labor Party, that when Labor comes third, the Greens win a seat. And I think in terms of the total number of seats that parties get elected, it can produce quite strange outcomes. I think when you look at other countries that use preferential voting, where the vote totals are much more dispersed, you get much more erratic outcomes where a party can win an enormous share of the vote, suffer relatively small losses of votes and lose an enormous number of seats. And none of the changes have very much to do with how people are voting. And there was another example I was going to give, but it slipped my mind. That's probably a good place to leave it.
No worries, if it comes back to you, feel free to drop it in. My final question is on fixed-term elections. Although it's not mentioned in your submission, I was wondering if you had an opinion on fixed-term elections and if you think there could be any benefits to introducing them federally.
Yeah, I would treat the question of fixed terms and four-year terms separately. When it comes to fixed terms, I am a little bit... I question the figure of 2 years, 7 months as an average. I think that's been taken over a long period of time that includes terms in the 1970s and 1980s that were a long time ago. The Whitlam government famously lasted 3 years and there were multiple elections in that time. When you look at the more recent period, the average is higher. But more importantly than that, there's actually only been 1 or 2 elections, I'm thinking of 1998, 2016, that are substantially early. The rest of them, they might be a little bit early, but the average ends up averaging out. So the 2010 election was early, but then the 2013 election was held a little bit later. And that meant that, there's actually been a number of terms during that time period where the term has been over 3 years, actually. And so I would argue that it's not that we're consistently having parliamentary terms that are significantly less than 3 years. I think the lived experience of members of parliament is that's not what happens. Most terms roughly go to 3 years. It's that most terms go to about 3 years, but we don't know the precise date. It's very rare. I mean, in my adult life, I think or not even in my adult life. Like, it really, in 1998, when John Howard called a very early election, that has not happened since. It's very unusual. I don't think it's a likely outcome. I would say the biggest concern for me about fixed terms is the amount of time we waste speculating. But I would argue the solution to that is not necessarily legislative or even constitutional. The Prime Minister could come out tomorrow and tell us what date in 2028 he's going to call the election. Like, I'm not suggesting he has to do it that far in advance, but the last witness was talking about New Zealand. New Zealand, they actually started doing this because they had a Rugby World Cup and they wanted to make sure the election didn't clash with it. They liked it so much they've kept doing it. At the start of the year, when the Prime Minister comes back from their summer holidays, they announce the date of the election. And it's usually in like September or October, but people know at the end of January before they come back that that's the date. It's not written in law anywhere. It could change, but the Prime Minister has effectively made a political promise to call an election for a particular date, and people get on with it. And to be honest, I would just like the Prime Minister to do that. Maybe not this far in advance, but next year or in early 2027, I think the Prime Minister could say, this is our plan, we're going to call an election on this date. Please stop asking me questions about this. And I think that would mostly solve it. It would deal with the problems. I know Kevin Bonham talked to, I was in the car at the time, so I couldn't hear it, but I was listening. I heard later that he was talking about the issues around, when a government falls and it's necessary to call an early election. Of course, there's also double dissolutions. If we were to have legislated or constitutional fixed terms, you would need to have a bunch of exceptions anyway. And I would argue the problem is less that we actually have early elections and more that we go through this rigmarole for a couple of months leading up to the election where we all know roughly when the election's going to be, but the Prime Minister holds it close to the chest what the exact date is going to be. I don't really even think the governing parties get much of an advantage out of it, really. But I think our lives would be made a lot easier if people just came out and said this is what the date of the election's going to be.
Sounds pretty straightforward. Thank you very much for your time here today and for your work on the tally room.
Thank you.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you for that, Chair. I just want to come back to the recommendation in your submission about proportional representation in the House of Representatives. And I know that you've just cited some examples there, but I suppose if we take it back to basic principles about the House of Representatives versus the Senate, there are two very distinct voting processes in place for two very distinct reasons. That one is a House of Review, and we do have people who get elected in a House of Review based off proportional representation with very, very low vote bases to provide diversity of views, diversity of parties. But the House of Representatives is where the government is formed, and we have cases throughout the last 20 years where more voices and diversity of views creates instability for the public, and that is not necessarily a good thing when we're talking about trying to create stability for government, stability for the business community. So I'm sort of trying to rationalise in my mind why we would want to see proportional representation in the lower house. And I don't necessarily accept the notion that not everybody in an electorate voted for a particular member of parliament, because we have preferential voting and people are asked. I don't think we can just say not everyone put number one against a particular MP's name. People are asked a preference to say, if your first person doesn't get along across the line, who would you like second or third or fourth or fifth, all the way through to 12 in some electorates. So people are actually asked to do that, to preference. And in knowing that perhaps their first candidate may not go, they are asked deliberately to make a second preference. So I'm just trying to rationalise why that recommendation would be a good thing in your mind.
Yeah, look, I do think there is value in the House and the Senate being different. I think we have this, there's a German political scientist who studied it, talks about a semi-parliamentary system where effectively the lower house functions as a bit of a electoral college for a government, and then the Senate functions as a bit more of an independent legislature. I would argue there are ways to maintain a difference while having proportionality. For example, I'm not an advocate for a very a very high magnitude, low threshold pure PR system of the kind you see in the Netherlands or South Africa or Israel. I think there's a lot of political science evidence that when you go for like a low magnitude, by which I mean the number of MPs you elect in each electorate, PR systems, you get a lot of the best of both worlds. You get a lot more accurate representation, you get a lot more involvement in government, but you have relatively coherent governments. You know, you might have governments of two parties rather than one party, but you don't have 7 or 12 party governments or whatever you see in the Netherlands, for example. So I think there is a middle ground where you can achieve a lot of that improvements. I would argue, though, that like you can have cohesive governments where parties come together and they form coalitions or they form agreements and can work together. And I think we have a kind of a culture in Australia where we're not used to that, and we are used to the way that the House of Representatives and the Senate work differently. I would also say that while the Senate does create a representative opportunity for the smaller parties, it's, you know, government is a very big part of Australian democracy, and that part is limited now, and that small parties aren't able to participate in that. I would also say you have made a second point there about preferential voting and the representation. Look, I think preferential voting is the best way to elect one person. If you're electing one person, if you're electing a mayor or something like that, I do think it's the best way to do it, because you do get the best person for that particular electorate. But I do think the first primary vote that people cast is relevant. Like, to take the example of the last election where the Labor government got about 60% of the seats and 30-something% of the votes. There absolutely is a share of the community that preferred Labor over the coalition, right? About 20% of the electorate gave Labor a two-party preferred preference but didn't vote for the Labor Party as the number one preference. But I do think those people are expressing a different preference, and when you add up all the results across the country, there is a representation gap there. You know, that 12% of people who vote for the Greens, you know, if that's their only choice, yes, they do prefer that Labor MP in their area to a Liberal MP, but I don't think that's their preferred outcome ultimately, and I do think it's relevant how people cast their first preference, even though we have a preferential system. And so I think, you know, there are ways to design proportional systems so that they are relatively stable. A lot of countries do. They have lower houses that work like that. To be honest, I think if you were to expand the parliament, you would be lowering the threshold to get elected to the Senate. And so I think there's value in having a bit of a system where you have an upper house. It's a little bit more like the upper houses you see in New South Wales or Western Australia, where parties that are even smaller than the current Senate parties get elected. You have legalised cannabis, or you have animal justice, and you have sort of equivalent parties on the right who get 1 or 2 seats here or there, and then you have maybe 4 or 5 parties in the lower house. And so you have governments of 2 or 3 parties, 2 parties probably, maybe 3 if you count the Liberals and the Nationals separately, that would be able to be coherent, be accountable, but be a better reflection of how people actually vote. And I know it's controversial, like I don't think it's about to happen, but I think that would be a better representation of people's genuine intentions when they vote.
I think I'm still struggling with it, because even in that example of 12% of people voting for the Greens as their first preference, they're still not going to tip the seat. 12% of people voting in a lower house seat are not going to win that seat. So those votes then go nowhere. Under a preferential system, they're asked to then say, if your first preference doesn't get across the line, what is the second least worst option for you? And their votes are captured. Same with on the right side of the equation. I still struggle with that in the lower house. And I just was having a look at some numbers around, you know, irregardless of the preferential voting system that we have here in the lower house, we have still seen a rise in the number of independents. We've got 2 elected in 2016, 3 elected in 2019, 10 elected in 2022 and 2025. So we are still seeing a surge of independents in the lower house despite the voting system. And we're also seeing, the Greens had 3 in 2019, 4 in 2022, and they dropped to 1 in 2025. I think that's probably a result of the politics that were going on around housing, to be honest, not to make a political statement. But so we are still seeing a trend towards more minor parties into the lower house, more independents as well. We've also seen the major parties, one major party, elect more women than ever before, more culturally and linguistically diverse people. I don't necessarily agree with the recommendation that we need to have proportional representation in the House. I think that's why we've got it in the Senate. And I would be really concerned that we're going to move to one side or the other when really the House is about trying to push towards the centre and get really good, stable government and really good outcomes for the people. So I struggle with this notion that just because 12% of people want a particular candidate, that is somehow a better option voting under a proportional system. They are getting that outcome in the Senate. And we're seeing that at the moment play out across numbers of pieces of legislation where minor parties and independents are having a key role. So it's not that people aren't going to get that outcome. They are really seeing that outcome in the Senate come to fruition.
Yeah, look, I'm not advocating first past the post, just to be clear. I am not someone that is saying that I think a majority of the community absolutely preferred to have a Labor Prime Minister to a Coalition Prime Minister. But I do think a substantial part of those people who voted for Labor on the 2PP preferred someone else. And while there are other people getting elected to Parliament, Labor has this enormous majority that has very little to do with how many people actually voted for them. And so I think a lot of that, about 12% not being enough to change a seat, is based on the idea that it's all about electing the one person, and yes, that is the way the House of Representatives works, and that's how it's worked for all of our lives, and we all grew up learning about it that way. But I don't necessarily think that is a virtue in itself, and I think there are ways to design PR systems to not be chaotic and to ensure that voters have accountability. I do have concern that if you were to move to one of those extremely proportional systems where you have 5 parties in a government, people don't know who to vote for, they don't know how to punish a party if policies aren't passed or whatever. But I think you can maintain that when you have 2-party governments or 3-party governments or things like that. And and as you say, the independence, that has been, I would argue, an adaptation to the voting system rather than necessarily reflecting people's genuine preference. I think there's a lot of people who would prefer to vote for Labor or the Greens who vote for the independents in those seats because they are able to win in that seat, and it is kind of a creation of those single-member contests where there are enormous numbers of people living in seats that are safe for the other side and that they don't have anyone to represent them. And, if we had a more proportional system, maybe there would be a kind of centrist, blue-green kind of party that would reflect some of those teal voters. But I think people would also vote sincerely in quite different ways. And so it would change how people vote. But I think starting with what we have, people are voting now. You look at how people vote now and you look at how people voted 20 years ago. It's changed quite a lot. But the makeup of the government in the lower house hasn't changed very much at all. Yes, the Liberal Party has lost a lot of seats to independents now, but I don't think that change in how people have voted has been reflected. I think it is important that when people change their vote, it is reflected in the system.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Mr. Newman.
Thanks very much, Ben. Have you done any research into the background of the increase in the 1949 as well as the 1984 changes? Have you done any background at what led people to do that? What prime ministers? I mean, Ben Chifley did it and then lost after winning 46. He lost 1949. There are other factors, and then Hawke didn't do quite so well proportionately as he did in 1983. So I'm interested in your analysis of the background.
Yeah, I'm actually planning a podcast with some historians, one whose focus is more on the 80s and one whose focus is more on the 40s, to talk about a bit more of the motivations and where that came from, because that's less my area of expertise. Clearly, there was this pressure that the parliament hadn't grown while the population was growing. And, you know, other countries that don't have the nexus often do have parliaments that grow more gradually. There's a fascinating book I just finished reading about the process of them expanding the US House of Representatives. And basically every 10 years when the numbers changed, they expanded the House. And basically they just did that every 10 years for 150 years until they made a decision at some point to fix the number. And so in one sense, in Australia, if we didn't have the nexus, we could probably just add a couple of seats here, a couple of seats there, and it wouldn't have to be this enormous big growth. But 1949 in particular, I mean, there was a two-thirds increase in the size of the House of Representatives. It went from 74 to 121. It was an enormous increase, and I think it did reflect that the scale of federal government had increased, the size of the population had increased enormously. It had been almost 50 years. And I think, to be honest, I think often it's seen as something that people aren't going to like and that is not the priority. And eventually the pressure just builds up and up and up until they get to a point where they need to do it. And I mean, the Chifley government was defeated at that election. The Hawke government went backwards a little bit in 84, but they probably would have gone backwards anyway. The 83 election was a very good election for Labor on a similar scale in terms of seats to the 2025 election. I have been doing research into, in marginal seats in those elections, what was the swing in seats where there was a Labor MP or a coalition MP or no MP, because there is a natural inclination that when a bunch of extra seats get created, when an MP has a choice of two seats they can pick from, they pick the safer seat, of course. So a lot more of the new seats, the open seats, end up being marginal seats. And so that did have an effect on those elections, and I think it had a minor effect on the defeat of the Chifley government. There is a paper from 1978 by Colin Hughes, who later went on to be an electoral commissioner, about the 1948 redistribution, where he argues that it wasn't the primary impact on the Chifley government, because there had been this story for a long time that selfish Labor backbenchers had chosen the safer seats and had kind of sacrificed the party, and then they lost the election. And his case is, he goes through and he goes, it might have cost them a couple of seats, but it wasn't the main thing that cost them the election. And in the case of Hawke in 83, he probably picked the right time to do it, because it might have cost them a couple of seats, but he had enough of a buffer to do that at that time. And so, you know, it's outside the scope of this committee to consider considerations like that. But I do think dealing with it at a time when when the margins aren't super close, is a good time to do it, if you accept that it's going to have to be done at some point.
Now, you mentioned comparisons, not just in your paper, but that, and you say that we're ranked 6th out of 37 total population to a member of the House of Representatives. Can you think of another one or two countries that we would be comparable to, that you would say, I think you're talking about 24 to 48 extra seats. Can you think of a few comparisons? Because you give a few, in terms of Chile, in Netherlands, Belgium, which has got the same size as us but a lot lower population, in Poland, and I think Canada, which are a little bit larger. So I'm interested in any comparisons. Look, why you get to the 24.
Yeah, look, in terms of countries that are maybe culturally similar or have a similar heritage, Canada and the UK are the best examples. We're not exactly the same population, which makes it tricky, because you don't expect average enrolment size to stay the same no matter the size of the country. You know, it's understandable that electoral districts in the US are much bigger, even though they probably should be smaller than they are now. But Canada has, you know, its population is not that much larger than ours, but their House of Commons is twice the size, more than twice the size of the House of Representatives. And in the case of the UK, their population the House of Commons is more than 4 times the size of the House of Representatives, but their population is nowhere near 4 times the size of ours. So I do think Those are both examples of countries that do have, despite my arguments of PR, we have a single member electorate system like Canada, like the UK, where you have one MP representing a local area, but those local areas have much smaller populations than we have in Australia. So I do think they're probably the best examples to use. I picked those countries in my submission because they were the ones that were the closest to us in scale, but I know that there are other considerations around federal systems and upper houses and all that to consider as well.
And state parliaments have increased the size of their legislative assemblies as population increase. I know Queensland, New South Wales. Have you done any analysis in relation to the increase in the size of state and territory parliaments?
Yeah, usually when they happen, they're gradual or they don't grow much. I would argue a lot of state parliaments haven't grown enough. In the case of New South Wales, they had a 99-seat assembly and then they increased to 109 seats for one term. The new government got elected, they reduced it back to 99, and then the Carr government reduced it to 93. So actually, compared to when I was quite young, the New South Wales Assembly has 16 seats less than it did then. And I would argue, and I have made submissions to the New South Wales JSCAM, arguing that they should also expand their parliament. But you can make gradual increases, and we did see that at the last Queensland redistribution, that 4 extra seats were added in the Legislative Assembly. And that is probably an ideal way to do it. But unfortunately, because of the way that the Senate size dictates the size of the House, we don't really have any option except to do it in large clumps rather than doing it in a gradual trickle. And there are some states that, like Victoria, where the size of the parliament is effectively embedded in the Constitution. I know Western Australia has had a few small increases in the size of their parliament, where their constitution prohibits them from shrinking the size of the parliament but allows them to increase the size of the parliament. And so they've usually done it in small increases. So I think the changes that have been seen there are much more subtle because you're not seeing a huge number of new electorates get created. Basically it just means that when the size of a parliament is stable, you would expect slow-growing areas to lose electorates and fast-growing areas to gain electorates. When you have small increases like that, you just basically allow those slow-growing areas to not have to lose any electorates while the large-growing areas get their fair increase.
My final question is something you alluded to earlier, that is the tendency a bit of the AEC to do minimalist or minimal changes on redistributions. That's not what I think the legislative requirement is, but there seems to be a tendency you identified for the AEC to do this. And I just referenced my home state of Queensland, where in 2018 there was such minimalist change that in my seat, I think in Blair it was, the biggest change took place almost, with part of Brisbane being allocated to my Ipswich-based seat. There's a very strange redistribution, and I'm wondering, can you comment a bit further about that? Why is the AEC doing that? Why are they making such minimal changes?
Well, like I said, it's a black box because it's an independent
Get
committee.
into the black box for us, Ben.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is why I think it is worth asking questions. Like, I am a very strong advocate of it being an independent process. This is far superior to back when Parliament either drew... We've never really had Parliament drawing the boundaries, but we've had Parliament as the final arbiter of those boundaries, which is no longer the case. But I do think it's reasonable to ask questions in general about the principle with the AEC about why that's happening. I do advance an argument in my submission and on my blog that it seems to be more of a problem when the job is bigger. And so I do think there's potentially a workload issue or potentially an issue with all of the knock-on effects that come with moving voters from one seat to another that gives them an incentive to want to keep things stable. I've wondered sometimes, like, is this a thing that MPs like, not having their boundaries change too much? But after talking to a bunch of people, I don't know what the committee members think, but my experience is that's not really true. Like, sometimes MPs like their boundaries left alone and sometimes they like them changed, and there's not really one consistent position. So I think it's potentially a workload issue, or I think it's potentially a cultural issue, that this is just the way that they do things, that they don't want to make changes greater than they need to. I mean, there was a lot of discussion in New South Wales before the last redistribution that a lot of the people on my website who are looking at the numbers and doing the calculations were saying it makes a lot of sense to abolish the seat of Grayndler, which is the Prime Minister's seat. And we all know, like, the Prime Minister would have been fine if his seat was abolished. He would have found somewhere, I'm sure he would have been okay. But it would have been a controversial thing for the AEC to do. And I would talk to a lot of people going, would the AEC actually go through with doing that? If the numbers added up and the smartest decision was to abolish the Prime Minister's seat, would they do it? And I heard conflicting opinions from people about whether they would be willing to go through with doing it. If you just accept that it was the right thing to do, would they do it? And I think it's one of those kind of subtle things. It's not a partisan thing about advantaging the Labor Party, but, you know, a decision like that would be considered controversial. It would get a lot of attention. It would... And, you know, the AEC, the Independent Commission, which is not quite the same thing as the AEC, that's worth emphasising. These are state and federal senior public servants who take on this role. They're not people that are doing it to create controversy. And I think that creates a natural small c conservatism of keeping things the way they are.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Mr Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. I only have a couple. I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you for coming and providing evidence. It would be amiss of me not to acknowledge that one of my staff are a very eager Patreon member of your podcast and website, so I'm sure he would like me to say thank you for everything that you do. But more importantly, with the suggestion around expansion of seats, I'd rather, instead of talking about numbers of seats to be expanded by, what's your take on the ideal number of voters within each division that we should be aiming for? Because I would have thought that getting it down to a set number of voters is a higher priority than an actual number of specific seats per se.
Look, I haven't looked at that so much. The problem with that approach is you expand, you make a decision, you get the number down to a specific number, and then the very next day the numbers start going up again, right? Because more people turn 18, more people become citizens, and the numbers will start going up again. So the very moment you make this change, you will immediately start to get electorates getting bigger again. And so that is partly why, I don't know if the graph printed properly. I think I've got some issues with colour ink in my printed copy.
The reason
here.
I asked that question, though, is I think you suggested to add roughly 24 to 48 seats in the House of Reps. If you do an expansion of 48 seats based on the voter numbers as of the 25 election, that would bring you down to 91,000 or thereabout voters per seat, which is the 2010 figures, roughly.
Yeah.
That was only 15 years ago, so it doesn't... We've got to get comfortable with the idea that we are going to have larger electorates than we did
Absolutely.
back in 84.
Yeah, yeah. This is not a solution that will completely undo the impacts of population growth. And as Australia becomes a bigger country, the average size of electorates will grow. And you do see that. I mean, they talk about it sometimes as a law of political science. It's more of an observation of a trend that you see, which is there is a relationship between you cube the number of seats and that roughly lines up with the size of the population, which does imply that as a population gets bigger, you don't expect a proportionate increase in the number of seats. So yeah, the population will grow. Part of the problem we also have is that you can't make a decision to add 30 seats, right? The options in front of you are 24, 48 or 72 because of the fact that you have to add a certain number of senators and that creates a knock-on effect. So short of creating new states or doing radical things like that, there's not a lot of options on the table. And that's partly why I'm advocating for the 16 senators, because like you said, it doesn't rewind the clock that much. When I was looking at my numbers, I was looking at population figures, not electors, or it was coming out as closer to 2007 to me. But by the time of the next election, that probably will be closer to the 2010 numbers. So that's not a total unwinding, but I also use that to emphasise that the size of those electorates after that expansion are not going to be unfamiliar, right? It's not like we're going to be quadrupling the number of seats or creating electorates that look radically different to what people are used to. You know, some of the longer serving MPs will have experienced electorates of the size that we would be creating by doing this. That's sort of my point here. So I think you could set yourself a target of a particular population, but unfortunately the Parliament doesn't have that many options in front of it, right? Because you kind of need to ratchet it because of the nexus. And so you could go for the minimal increase of 24, but I would argue that particularly if this is a process that doesn't happen very often, it's a big political impact. Do you want to go through it again in 10 or 20 years? Or do you think probably it won't happen again for 30 or 40 years? In which case, not that many people who are in the Parliament now will still be there then. In which case, maybe you should kind of build in a little bit of future-proofing by going for the 16 senators, for going for a Parliament of about 200. That's a nice round number, although it probably won't actually be the precise round number. But that's partly why I'm doing that. I don't think you can set yourself a target, because the population of Australia is a moving target that's going to change the moment you set a target.
Oh, thank you for that answer. Just lastly, probably it might be more of an observation, I'm not sure, but you spoke about more diversity through the House of Reps being elected on the scale of a bigger pool of representation, but isn't it ultimately two factors that go into that? One, driven by the parties and individuals that put their hand up to represent certain electorates around the country, and then two, getting the endorsement by the voting public. I would argue that the Australian Labor Party is getting it right and getting a very broad range of diverse backgrounds into Parliament, as we see on our benches in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. And I would say that policy setting helps get diversification within our Parliament rather than just a scattergun approach, potentially.
Yeah, it absolutely is relevant. Parties setting quotas, making an effort to reach out and find people is very relevant and very important. I don't want to dismiss that. I'm reading a paper at the moment about all the steps that parties in Norway did to get women's representation up early on, but structures matter too. So the paper I'm reading right now is talking about how all of the things they would do to add more women to Parliament would then get founded on the fact that they would also choose mayors a lot to get elected to Parliament, and most of the mayors were men. And so then they had to kind of work around those structures. So I would argue in the case of Australia, you know, the Labor Party has done a lot better with gender representation. Obviously the Greens have a lot of women in Parliament too, and Labor has, particularly over the last couple of terms, gotten a lot more people elected who aren't white. But you compare the House of Representatives to the Senate. The Senate has much higher... the Senate's basically gender balanced now, is my understanding. And to be honest, the parties of the left have almost overcompensated to make up for the fact that the parties of the right are still quite male-dominated. So the Senate is roughly even though there's probably no particular political party that's 50-50 in terms of gender representation, but they all kind of cancel each other out. But I would say that the changing structure would help. You know, like it would have been easier for the Labor Party to do that work if they had a bunch of open seats that didn't have sitting MPs. Because part of the thing that's taken the ALP so long is that you had existing sitting MPs and seats that, you know, no shade on them as MPs, but people want to stick around, they want to have their career, they want to finish their job that they're doing, and those people were more likely to be men, more likely to be white, and it's taken time to work on that. And so having extra seats as a one-off exercise would help, but also just having more seats in Parliament would make it easier to do that job in the future. So I'm not meaning to say that other stuff doesn't matter. Like, I think parties do have to make those efforts, and I think parties are motivated to make those efforts for various reasons. But I think having a larger Parliament, when I talk about diversity in Parliament, I'm talking about two different things. I'm talking about descriptive representation, which is what we're talking about right now, gender, ethnicity, age, you know, getting more younger people into Parliament would be relevant. You know, people who don't own their own home, who maybe aren't as well off. There would be a list of things that you could consider as factors there. It's also that political science around the world shows that how proportional your parliament is relevant, but also the size of the chamber, the number of seats you elect, has an impact on the number of parties that get elected. You create smaller electorates. It means that you need less of a base to get elected to parliament, and so you can think of that both in terms of ethnic diversity, that there will probably be seats where a particular ethnic group makes up a larger share of that local electorate, and thus finds it easier to elect someone that reflects them, but also for partisan interests, that they're more likely to be dominant in that particular community and so be represented. So when I talk about greater diversity in Parliament, I'm talking about all that. I'm not saying that the work hasn't been done on that already.
Okay, thank you. That's it from me.
Thanks, Ben. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 21st of November? You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I will suspend proceedings till 11:50, if that's okay. Give us 20 minutes. I'll reopen the meeting. We have members of the Australian Greens here. We've already done the submission. So I now welcome the representative of the Australian Greens to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. Morning where I am. My name is Jonathan Parry, and I'm here as a representative of the Australian Greens to this inquiry into the 2025 election.
Thanks, Jonathan. Although your committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for the invitation. Firstly, I wish to commend the submission by the Australian Greens to this inquiry, and some key points that I want to touch on are electoral reform and missed opportunities that have occurred previously. I want to talk about misinformation and behaviour and an influx of concerns that we've had at the last election especially. I want to talk about engagement, including the strengthening of civics education and accessibility, and also wish to speak to representation. Or rather highlight those key points, and that includes increasing diversity, both in the ages of people who are represented in Parliament, but also ensuring that Parliament better reflects the population.
Great. So we'll go over to questions. Are you happy to, did you want to expand on those points or?
Oh, yeah, indeed. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, go for it. Yep.
So much shorter than anticipated. Yeah, so in terms of electoral reform, I think that the reforms that were passed earlier this year was a real missed opportunity to both ensure fairness within the electoral system, but also the donation rules, especially. The fact that those reforms weren't provided to this committee, I think, is, again, a missed opportunity. And when I speak about donation rules, I'm talking about the undue influence from wealthy donors. I think that the money in politics just it creates it's a slippery slope in terms of jeopardising the democratic processes that we have in Australia, which I think essentially could be world-class or are world-class. I think that reforms are needed to close loopholes and improve transparency. In many ways, what I'm trying to get at is that a lot of this is connected. I think that the lack of requirements for truth in political advertising, for example, creates an environment where people feel, or those within the political process feel, they can get away with more, or it enables a culture where we've seen people can say things essentially that say or do things as part of the electoral process that undermine it. I talked about behaviour and misinformation, and that was especially seen on the polling booths in this last election. I can speak from personal experience that the behaviour and the aggression on polling booths was markedly different this time around than the last federal election, and that the voting population, the population sees that, and that infects and affects how they view the political process and democracy more generally. I think that in terms of truth in political advertising, lacking that kind of safeguard means that voters aren't given reliable and accurate information to make informed decisions. And in many ways, that also ties into civics education more generally, and how I think we've seen sort of a bit of a backslide in terms of people's engagement with the political process more generally. I think that federal truth in advertising laws need to be prioritised for consideration. In terms of engagement, improving participation, reducing informal voting is always key. I think that the nature of the Australian democratic process, especially in federal elections, is, can be held up as a standard, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be constantly interrogated and considered for how it can be better. I think that accessibility is also a big concern. That's both for people with different needs in terms of coming to the polling booth, and also in remote and rural locations. We've seen increases in participation by First Nations Australians, but that can always be improved. And I also think that Section 44 restrictions, should be reviewed and looked at, especially consideration for participation, because I think that Section 44, or rather the submission, is that Section 44 doesn't reflect modern Australia. I also, you'll note from the submission that consideration for the voting age, or the age limit, is part of our consideration, and we've seen in lower voting reforms in other jurisdictions, Austria, Scotland, some parts of Germany, have seen greater democratic participation, and so I think that should be part of the consideration as well.
Cool, thank you. We might just go to some questions. Just in regards to money in politics, do the Greens support the concept of spending restrictions at elections? There's obviously an amount that's gone through, but the general concept of reducing the amount of big money in politics, is that something?
Absolutely, yeah. Indeed.
Why is that?
I think that the submission is that money in politics undermines how it works. I think that the perception of trading money for favours or clientelism is really ripe, and it needs to essentially be cut off at any possible opportunity. Our long-standing position is that donations should be banned from industries with a track record of seeking political influence: fossil fuels, banking, pharmaceuticals, defence, alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and property development. It's essential to level the playing field, or both level the playing field and remove both the real and perceived influence of money in politics.
Notwithstanding the industries, but just to clarify, like someone like Gina Rinehart or Clive Palmer, or using an American example, Elon Musk just coming in and dumping hundreds of millions of dollars on the electoral process, that's something that the Greens are completely opposed to.
Completely against. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Understood. And look, I think that's more or less captured in the reforms that have gone through. But what negative influence do you feel sort of, I guess, unlimited spending would have on elections and individual electorates?
I mean, we've seen, again, I can speak from personal experience, the influx of money and for-profit entities seeking to influence decision-making or seeking to influence election outcomes for the purpose of bettering themselves or benefiting themselves. And I think that the capture of the election process by large businesses, those with a lot of money, or those seeking to funnel or fuel money into the election process, it undermines the whole system. On your point, Chair, of the American example, what we have the great benefit of is the fact that voting is compulsory, and that does provide a bit of a mechanism through which money doesn't become as large a factor to convince people to go and vote. But that doesn't mean that shouldn't be. We need to exercise constant vigilance against it.
Just moving on to your comments about aggressive and threatening behaviour, from your personal experience, but also from the perspective of the Greens. Did the Greens sort of have a mechanism of tracking any complaints of your volunteers or your candidates? Did the Greens lodge any official complaints with the AEC? And if so, sort of how were those complaints received and acted upon?
I think that our submission isn't necessarily in relation to concerns with the AEC,
Okay.
or certainly not. But it's just more about, I suppose it speaks to the culture that allows for that to happen. And I think that we've, seeing the filming of volunteers, and that's of every political persuasion, the targeting of younger people and young women, vexatious complaints to the AEC as a mechanism to use that as a tool to influence outcomes. The intentionally antagonistic behaviour of some actors, I'll seek to speak plainly. It turns people off, and it makes people go, "Why should I care? Why should I be interested in how important the democratic process is when a hostile environment is created where they think, oh, I have to go and vote. What a pain, or what an imposition." And I think that's, and the Green submission is that it's more about all of these other things that create the culture that allows that to thrive, or that fosters that kind of thinking that you can get away with it, essentially.
The AEC identified that they had to reach out to 130 individuals or groups that had one issue or that were involved in the political process. Some have registered as third parties, some are still back and forth. Do you, from your personal experience and from the Greens' experience, would you say it was by that increased involvement of third parties that led to some of this, like either being a third party openly or being a third party by association with a major party? Like, was it sort of that extra involvement that kind of tipped the scales in 2025?
Definitely not the case that seeking to decrease the involvement of third parties. Mm-hmm. It's part of democratic participation, informing voters, but part of the issue is misinformation and disinformation. So, truth in political advertising, that currently doesn't exist within the Australian electoral or the federal electoral regime. And we've seen in other jurisdictions, so for example, South Australia, where that has been input. And I think it's more the fostering of the culture that allows actors, of third parties or political parties or volunteers, whomever, to essentially it provides them a mechanism to engage in the process in a way that undermines it. And I think that comes down to truth in political advertising, and also as I said, the influence of money in politics. But certainly not seeking to curb third parties more generally, but it's more about what are the rules, and is it the case that people are working within the rules, but the rules need to be better.
Your submission opposes the cap on a number of volunteers and the caps on material at booths, signs, paraphernalia, so on. But we've received significant evidence that suggests that large volumes of material intimidated voters and discouraged them from engaging in the process. What would your solution be to restore a better culture around polling booths and moderate that behaviour a little bit more?
Everything that I've said so far. I think it's about the money, the money influence or the money story. That influence on the political process, the misinformation and disinformation. There needs to be truth in political advertising. I've also talked about, I mentioned right at the beginning, the representation issue, which is about, who we're seeing represent Australian society in Parliament. And I think that reforms, or rather the Green submission's reforms in relation to Section 40, the Section 44 needs to be looked at to ensure that it's a better reflection of the population in Parliament. So I hesitate to speak in platitudes, but the connectedness of it all, in terms of disinformation or misinformation or the lack of truth or the lack of requirement for truth in advertising related to the political process, as well as the influence of money. Curbing that, I think, will see a tempering or reduction in the sort of behaviour that was reflected in the last election.
Last question from me. You call for the AEC to remain an administrator, not an arbitrator of behaviour, yet, and I think this is something this committee will need to really consider, because I think, like you and I think the public want to see better behaviour at booths. If there are new rules and they are breached, who, in your opinion, should enforce that? And sort of what mechanisms do we need to put in place for better behaviour and less to make the voting experience better?
Our submission doesn't go to that, and I think that's a really important and critical question for the committee. I can have a personal opinion, but it's not captured in our submission this time.
So you're not offering up any solutions?
The mechanisms to prevent the sort of behaviour that we've seen in our submission is relating to donations reform, the money and influence in politics, and also truth in political advertising.
Right. I'm happy to pass on to Senator Hodgson-May.
Hi, Jonathan. Thanks so much for being here today. Maybe just moving across to lowering the voting age, which I noticed in the submission. Can you just speak to what you think the benefits of that might be, of engaging younger Australians in federal elections?
Yes, thank you, Senator. From our perspective, lowering the voting age, it strengthens democracy in the long term. So this is sort of about creating a benefit, into the future, or rather preventing issues longer term. Research from countries shows that lowering the voting age does this. As I said before, Austria, Scotland, some parts of Germany, shows that 16 and 17-year-olds tend to vote at similar or even higher rates than those who are new to voting, 18-year-olds or 18 to 24-year-olds. One reason is that younger people are often still in school or at home, and so they have a more stable support network to help them understand the process. So it also ties into, I suppose, the civics education element of it all. And it establishes the voting as a habit early on. Of course, we've got compulsory voting, but that doesn't mean that the fact that anyone doesn't vote at all is an issue. So the policy, and the other thing is that policy decisions in relation to long-term impacts, climate, housing, education directly shapes the future that younger people can vote, or that are the futures of younger people. So bringing their voices into the formal democratic process helps ensures that policies that are enacted by government and decisions made by Parliament more accurately reflect their long-term interests.
Thank you, Jonathan. And in relation to accessible voting, I know I'm in a line of questioning at Senate estimates discovered that they have the AEC has significantly improved access for voters. But what sort of things do you think what measures could be implemented to further increase accessibility for people wanting to cast a vote?
I mean, some disability organisations have recommended extending the phone and electronic assisted voting that we saw implemented during the pandemic era to allow people who can't vote independently in person, obviously with the inclusion of strong privacy and security safeguards. But in terms of physical access, consistent national standards for accessible voting or accessible entrances, parking, signage. Some others have also advocated for low sensory voting times, which we know has been implemented in other realms. Clearer ballot formats, potentially the inclusion of candidate photographs, which some states and territories already have for their voting, and additional training for polling staff on disability aware, or being aware of disability support. So those are some of the practical adjustments.
Thank you. And just pointing to the fact that we are seeing a rising informal voting in some areas, and I think disillusionment among young voters, young Australians. Do you have any recommendations on like civics education measures that might, I suppose, improve engagement with the voting system?
Yeah, so we've seen, I was talking about Scotland just before, some of their experience shows that when schools run, for example, mock elections alongside actual elections, young people are more confident participating once they become eligible. So programs that connect civics learning to real political processes, partnerships between the AEC, the Australian Electoral Commission, and schools, youth advisory councils linked to local government, or community-based dialogue programs. So they're more effective than one-off lessons. And again, I can probably speak from personal experience that engaging my colleagues or outside of the political realm, their experience is that there's a disengagement from the political process or the civics more generally. And I think that needs to be addressed. In terms of also First Nations participation in communities, or in remote communities, it's valuable to support further trials of approaches that show promise in states and territories. So, for example, in the NT, the mailbag enrolment pilot is an example that could inform federal approaches. I suppose it's more about continued investment in outreach, interpreter services as well, and culturally appropriate, socially appropriate remote polling access.
Great, thank you. And just a couple more. And this probably flows on from the Chair's questions, but in your submission, you note that while you share concerns about booth safety, the party remains apprehensive about changes to the ability of volunteers from political parties and third parties to campaign. Could you elaborate on the nature of those concerns and what you think what impact those restrictions could have on voter engagement and participation in the electoral system?
Yeah, so definitely sharing concerns with the safety and aggression tactics at polling places. The majority of third-party organisations, unions, charities, issue-based advocacy groups play a constructive role. Is I suppose the key point there. But restricting their presence can unintentionally limit access to information that some voters rely on. The more targeted approach is to strengthen, I think, conduct standards. So things like ensuring better training for booth staff, introducing clearer rules about misleading and deceptive conduct, as I said before, truth in political advertising, and which some jurisdictions have already introduced. The goal is maintaining an environment that is safe, respectful and informative without the limiting of democratic participation.
Yeah, thank you. I think that closes out my questions. Appreciate your time today.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Perry, for joining us. I wanted to move to third parties and not-for-profits. So, in having a read of your submission, I note that you talk about, in particular, that charities and not-for-profits play a role in elections, and that there's some concern around reducing their ability to participate. This committee has heard evidence from a number of witnesses now about the conduct of a particular group of third-party individuals at the last election, namely the Exclusive Brethren or the Christian Brethren organisation. I just want to see if, in the experience of the Greens Party across the board, whether you have noticed, one, similar uptick in their involvement in the last election, and two, any commentary about their behaviour in the last election?
I suppose I can speak from personal experience more necessarily than as a formal Green submission. Sure. I am here. Yes. There was certainly, in my experience, an uptick in, or rather, I can't say with certainty, and I think that part of that. So, I beg your pardon, Senator. Yes. I want to make sure that what I'm saying is accurate.
Sure.
In my experience, the lack of transparency.
We've just lost you there for a moment.
I think he's gone. No, he's still there.
I'm not sure if you can still hear us, Mr. Perry. We might be having internet gremlins.
I'm just going to move a brief suspension until we can get Mr. Perry back online. All good with that? Yep. Hearing suspended. Meeting at 12:16. Off you go, Mr. Perry.
I beg your pardon. I'm not sure where I.
Maybe start. Do you want to start again? Sorry, because I'm not sure where we lost you.
Certainly, yeah. So, as I said, to ensure accuracy, the removal, including truth in political advertising and the removal of money, I think goes ways towards ensuring that people know exactly whose interests are being served at the when people are seeking to influence people voting at the polling booth.
So, okay, I might just circle back to the example I was providing around the Christian Brethren. What we are not yet aware of whether or not they have donated insignificant numbers to candidates at the last election. All that we can judge their involvement on is what physically was witnessed across the country in numbers of seats, and we've received lots of submissions and evidence to that piece. What we have seen is some significant instances of, I think there was, you've talked in your submission about trends around intentionally antagonistic behaviour targeting other political or third-party volunteers. I wanted to ask the question of the Greens, given that the party has put in a submission, whether that was experience of your volunteers, and happy if you can only draw on your own personal experiences from seats that you were involved in, if you did witness that type of behaviour. So we're trying to get a sense of the scale of this particular behaviour that has now resulted in Four Corners episodes, Sydney Morning Herald articles. We're really just trying to get a sense of what was the behaviour, where did it occur, who witnessed it, what kind of impact it was. So I would really welcome any thoughts you have in that space.
Yeah, so, the specifics aren't addressed in the Greens submission. From personal experience, the majority of my work was done in the Northern Territory of Australia, and that kind of intimidating or intentionally antagonistic behaviour was certainly witnessed in Darwin. A personal example was at one point in time, I was handing out how to votes or what have you, leaflets at the polling booth, and a volunteer for another party, came up and stood immediately behind me, essentially seeking to intimidate me, and as I said, it turns people off. It makes people go, oh well, this is not a. And I'm in terms of the population, people who are voting. They come along and they see this sort of behaviour and they go, well, it's just politics, or it undermines the importance of democratic participation. That was my personal experience in the Northern Territory. I know from certainly anecdotally rather, and I want to really clarify that this is anecdotal more than formal data-driven evidence to share with the committee. That was the experience in other places in Australia as well.
Sure, thank you. I'm very sorry to hear that you had to experience that during your time volunteering. Do you have any thoughts about how do we address that type of behaviour? Are there mechanisms. We have heard other witnesses talk about the need for a voluntary code of conduct for booth workers and volunteers. Is that something that you think would be beneficial, or is there something else that you think might be more beneficial?
No, I think so. We do speak to greater training. I suppose it's requirements for what's the expectation of those participating in the democratic process. A code of conduct for those volunteering on booths, better training for the AEC in terms of that is coupled with that would certainly be helpful. But as I said, I think it's the question of truth in political advertising, as well as the influx of money, goes ways to, or mechanisms to curb that, goes ways to informing behaviour more generally.
Certainly. And with those two examples of transparency and accountability measures, do you see a role for expanding the requirement to register third parties as well, so people know the people who are at a polling booth purporting to hand out material, that they are registered with the AEC, so there is a level of transparency and accountability around who they are and what they're doing there at the booth, not limiting who can come or how many, but that there is some sort of register around who they are, so there is a transparency and accountability to it?
Any mechanism towards increasing transparency should be given, real consideration by the committee, certainly.
Sure. Okay. And I know that there was some content in the submission about relaxing some of the requirements around looking at, so it talks about relaxing restrictions on charities engaging in political or issue-based advocacy, particularly around allowing tax-deductible charities to act as, as political actors. This is, I suppose, what we are yet to understand is the full impact of what happened at the last federal election. We'll have to wait to see those donations when they get disclosed. But what we do know is there were religious organisations with charitable status very active during the campaign. The ATO are now looking into those organisations after the Four Corners exposés into them. I personally have a bit of a concern around relaxing any restrictions that require them to report on their status and report on their involvement in campaigns. I think there's potentially a bit of a blurring of lines that could occur. Do you have any thoughts in that process?
Thank you. I wouldn't suggest that we're of a view to relax. It's more reviewing it to make sure that it's working. It needs to make sure that it doesn't jeopardise the charitable status of organisations. I suppose we recommend that it's reviewed to provide certainty. So if there are issues, then they need to be addressed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Perry, and I'll hand back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Burnell, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to go to some of your comments around the election polling booths, and I think some of it might have been probably more specifically around pre-polling booths and the need for more safe, respectful and informative interactions with voters and a better level of behaviour, etc., demonstrated by candidates and volunteers at those booths and the way in which we all interact with voters. Whether that be, I think, in person, people-to-people contact, or even through the use of materials. Who polices that, in your view? Because we've heard from the AEC previously that their jurisdictional limitations end at the 6 metre demarcation line. So who should be put in charge of oversight of conduct outside of that 6 metre line?
It's a very good question. Don't have a submission on that specifically, but the key points, from the Australian Greens are that these other reforms go to preventing that kind of behaviour. I think it's more of the culture that's allowed by virtue of some of these issues that I've raised, provides for mechanisms for that to happen. I think that the lowering of the temperature or the reduction of aggressive behaviour is in part informed by ensuring that the rules better fit a transparent participatory democracy. So I don't have a specific submission to you on that question.
So you can't just sit there and pose a question to us or make a submission that says that you want to see a de-escalation in that type of behaviour and not have a solution for it. I just find that a little bit bizarre, Mr. Parry. So, you know, if you're talking about enforcement of conduct on polling booths and pre-poll booths especially, there has to be some level of oversight that sits outside of speculative legislation or guidelines. So who enforces the standard?
The submission is that these reforms in relation to the reduction of the influence of, you know, I use the term dark money, which is money that we don't know where it's coming from, as well as the truth in political advertising, are the solutions to de-escalating that culture of aggressive behaviour. So, as I said, I don't have a specific solution in terms of policing the behaviour after the fact. It's more about making the system work such that that culture isn't fostered.
So, what if I was to suggest to you that we put a limitation on the number of call flutes per party, per polling booth, the limitation of bunting, and the limitation of volunteers handing out material at each polling booth or pre-poll location? Would that go some way in changing antisocial behaviour by people conducting activities on a polling booth?
It's a very interesting question, and one that might be better answered by the local communities where those, issues are occurring. I suppose the people's reflection on their engagement with democracy, as manifested through the things you've just said, it can't just come from the politicians, and it can't just come from political parties. I think that hearing from people who are voters, the democratic population, it has to come from them. I don't think that curbing, making restrictions. I think there needs more work on that.
Do you think that political parties need to play a more proactive role in determining the behavioural standards on polling booths?
I suppose personally, yes. And I think that part of the way that can occur is through reforms that lower the temperature, increase transparency, increase democratic participation.
But you talk about lowering the temperature, so I think that there are two different types of temperature experienced during election campaigning. There's the competition of ideas and policies that have been put up by competing candidates, but then there's also the pressure that occurs at the polling booth through ways of intimidation, obstruction, etc., that is conducted by volunteers, by candidates and by others from time to time. So, the contest of political ideas, I don't know whether you can drop the temperature on those things, but you definitely can have a way of influencing behaviour on the polling booths. So I just find it a bit bizarre that you've got no suggestions as to how we can do that, whether that be by dropping the number of volunteers per booth, per candidate, etc.
Look, the suggestions, as I said, to decrease misinformation or the ability for misinformation and disinformation to occur. I think that if you operate in a sphere where you can say whatever you want and it not be true, the comments that you've just made, are in terms of the contest of ideas, of course. But does that mean that we resort to lying or resort to misleading people or deceiving people? I'd suggest that that shouldn't be part of the Australian political culture.
But then that brings me back to the point I made at the start, who polices that? Because outside of the 6 metre rule is where a lot of the infractions are occurring. And somebody has to have oversight of that when an infraction occurs, and there needs to be a way by which you can have a speedy response. And I'm just interested to know, what your insight would be to a potential solution.
I don't have a specific response to who, but it's more of the work or the submissions that we're making, the Australian Greens are making, relate to trying to make that not happen in the first place.
I think as a long-standing political participant, obviously with a huge interest in the process of elections, it will be helpful for the committee because reforms we are going to put in our recommendations we are going to put in our report. It would be good to have a bipartisan view. So if between now and when we write a report, if the Australian Greens could consult with their members and your executive and your party structures to come up with some solutions for our committee to consider, that would be very helpful. Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. Just my last couple of questions, just in relation to the repealing of Section 44. Do you acknowledge that Section 44 primarily is there to ensure that foreign state actors don't get inside the wire from a point of view of being able to participate within the democratic discourse of this country and have access directly to our nation's secrets, etc.?
Sure. I wouldn't suggest that the submission is to repeal Section 44, but more to reform it.
Sorry, Mr. Parry. Your submission here at dot point 4 on page 7, making elections fair, 4.1, repeal Section 44.
I beg your pardon. Forgive me for that comment. I think that the fact that half of Australians are born overseas, it's a barrier to democratic participation. I wouldn't suggest that the comments that you've just made in terms of protecting Australia are undermined by changing Section 44.
There's a legitimate reason for people to need to be able to declare allegiance to Australia if they want to represent the country and represent electors. And when I look around the chamber in the House of Representatives, I see a really diverse collection of people from all sorts of backgrounds from around the globe, which provide extremely constructive input into our political discourse. So I'm not sure how getting rid of Section 44 restricts the ability for people to participate within our democracy, because when I look in our chambers, that's what I am seeing. We have got this really diverse collection of fantastic people from around the country.
And there's no denying the calibre of those in the chamber, but any mechanism towards a greater reflection of the Australian population in the Parliament, I think, should be a key consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Campbell.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Parry, for giving evidence today. I might just follow on in terms of your Mr. Burnell's Section 64 question, Section 44 question, in terms of its potential negative impact to multicultural participation. And obviously, you've said that at the front of your submission that ensuring a diversity of voices to participate is very important. And I want to come back to multicultural participation, particularly in terms of candidacy. Do you think that Section 44 has been an impediment to the Greens pre-selecting people from different multicultural backgrounds into winnable seats?
I'm sorry. This is a question about the Greens pre-selection.
So I'm saying, obviously, you flagged that multicultural participation in the Parliament is a concern, and you've said that Section 44 is a reason for that. I was just asking whether you thought that Section 44 had been an impediment to your party in terms of pre-selection people from multicultural backgrounds into winnable positions in the Parliament.
I wouldn't suggest that, but I suppose it's the any discouragement of people from backgrounds that are not reflected in Parliament should be addressed.
Yes, and you think that Section 44 is the biggest impediment to that?
I think it is an impediment. And I suppose any mechanism through which greater participation can occur should occur.
Yeah, and so what do you think are the other impediments to parties electing more people from multicultural backgrounds?
Well, I suppose it's less about parties, and of course, at the end of the day, it's the voters that vote. But there's also the addressing of incumbency advantage. So more voices in Parliament, I'd suggest, increases. It will rather create better decisions, having more voices, in the room, and so there's some suggestions in the Australian Greens submission. Relating to the use of government resources, for example, around the times of elections. The Grattan Institute, for example, estimated that $50 million was spent on government from the government advertising budget, spent on promoting government achievements each year, especially in the lead up to an election. I think that should be looked at. The pork barrelling that we've seen across the political aisle. It's the unfortunate thing is that also turns people off from democratic participation. They think it's a matter of vested interests and, as I said before, clientelism, where there's money for access or a quid pro quo, for example. So the sports rorts, commuter car parks, building better region grants are examples of government grants that are directed towards at-risk electorates. So transparent decision-making, transparent criteria for how government spends its money can only increase democratic participation.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was actually talking about people from multicultural backgrounds, so culturally and diverse people representing us in Parliament. And in terms of that, you said, well, it's less about the parties and it's more about the voters. I was just going to ask what you meant by that, because I think in terms of making sure that we put up people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds into, particular, seats, how is it not to do with the parties? I mean, I think we've seen in the lower house, Labor has, I think it's almost a quarter of the lower house who identify as culturally and linguistically diverse. So how is it not about the parties and it's about the voters? Because I think voters have absolutely embraced people from multicultural and multicultural backgrounds.
I might have misunderstood the question. I thought it related to how people get into Parliament. I'd suggest that mechanisms that create the expectation that parties decide who goes in should be reviewed. More in the sense of and this also speaks to civics education, of course, because if there's an expectation that if I vote for X, then Y, if that's not fundamentally true, a specific example, of course, is that the Australian population doesn't elect a prime minister. That's a mechanism, or it's by convention. The prime minister doesn't exist in the constitution. It's a matter of convention, and that goes the point I made before about civics education and ensuring that people are engaged, as early as possible to understand how the system works. Goes towards the issues that I was talking about.
No, I understand, and again, I was more talking about multicultural representation in Parliament. And so understanding that you've said that Section 44 is one of those impediments that you identify as an impediment to multicultural participation in Parliament, i.e., making sure that our Parliament can be more representative of our community. What are the other impediments if Section 44 is, as you say, but one impediment to that? Certainly for your party in terms of getting more people from multicultural backgrounds into Parliament.
Everything that I've said up to this point is I wouldn't necessarily use the word universal, but more in the sense that the undermining of trust and faith in the democratic process needs to be addressed, and that in part is the introduction of truth in political advertising, as well as whatever my second point was. No, the truth in political advertising, as well as with the removal of money from the democratic process, from the electoral process. So those two parts also speak to how people view the democratic process or the electoral process. If there's the view that from people from any particular cultural background, or the view that you're required to have money, or you're required to act a certain way or behave a certain way on a polling booth, then that should be addressed to increase democratic participation.
Yeah, I understand. So you're saying that the Greens Party position is that in order to improve the level of multicultural representation in our Parliament, we need to do truth in political advertising and the removal of money.
The removal, yeah, exactly.
Okay. I was going to go to Mr. Burnell's earlier question, which is that I think you responded to his question that you believe that political parties have a role to play when it comes to aggressive behaviour. I was wondering what do you think the sort of practical things that political parties could be doing in their role in terms of addressing aggressive behaviour might be?
Well, I suppose that comment was more in a general sense, of course. Like if anyone is aligned with any particular organisation, you'd think that they would be acting in a way that represents them well. There aren't any rules at the moment about behaviour at a polling booth, for example. And forgive me, I'm not sure which member of the committee made the recommendation, for example, about a code of conduct. If there's a requirement for certain behaviours at a polling booth, then of course political parties should be required to adhere to those. As I've said throughout this, though, it's those other mechanisms in relation to removing misinformation and disinformation, and the removal of money that is not transparent, or just the removal of money generally, that will create an environment that better serves democratic participation.
And in terms of I think you said earlier about, the rules need to better fit a participatory democracy. I was going to ask, so do you support increased AEC powers in order to address misinformation and aggressive behaviour?
It's a very good question, and one that the committee obviously needs to consider very carefully. But as I said before, who polices it, where that comes from, is not part of our submission today. Yeah. And as I said, it's more about creating an environment where, if such policing powers existed, they wouldn't need to be used because the temperature is already lowered by virtue of other reforms.
So would you support an exploration of sanctions for breaches for some of the things that you've importantly brought up, for instance, of aggressive behaviour towards, and I think you pointed out particularly that you'd seen aggressive behaviour towards young women. Would you support sanctions for aggressive behaviour directed at young women?
I think that absolutely needs to be part of the consideration of addressing the behaviour. Absolutely.
And just to, and I'll take that example because I know that that's something that you've experienced and something that was explicit in your submission. Would you support, a third party making an assessment as to someone's aggressive behaviour, towards young women on a polling place? Would you support a third party body doing that? That was or wasn't the AEC?
Again, any particular body responsible for undertaking that is not part of our submission today. The key thing that we really wish to submit is the lowering of the temperature by virtue of the reforms that lower the temperature, rather than after the fact.
Yes. And I was going to say, when you're talking about lowering the temperature, and when we're talking about, aggressive behaviour to people who we want to participate in the political process, we want, as you've said, we want people from different ethnically diverse backgrounds to participate in the process. We want young people to participate. We want, women to participate. I do just want to understand what your hesitancy is to offer a solution in that space, given, I guess personally, for me, and certainly, what we've heard on the committee is some harrowing stories. And I'm interested in why you're hesitant to offer a solution that would, provide sanctions and a mechanism for sanctions against people who might be aggressive to people from ethnically diverse backgrounds or young women who have experienced that aggressive behaviour on polling booths.
I wouldn't characterise it as hesitation to provide an opinion. As I've said, it's more about preventing it from happening in the first place. Yeah. Fully appreciating the experiences of people who've experienced that aggressive and antisocial sort of behaviour. My suggestion, or rather the Australian Green submission, is that mechanisms to prevent it happening in the first place, for example, by truth in political advertising and removing the influence of money, go towards making it not happen in the first place. So it's not a hesitancy to provide a suggestion on that end, more of a question of where the Australian Greens submission, the priorities of the committee is best directed.
Ms. Campbell,
understanding,
Ms. Campbell, we're just running up on time, and we've got so one last question. Then I got one question from Mr. Newman.
I was just going to ask, understanding that you're talking about the lowering of that temperature. Do you think that policy positions in relation to electoral funding and policy positions in terms of truth in political advertising will prevent someone from being aggressive to a voter on a booth?
I think that it creates a culture where that sort of behaviour can be fostered. And what I mean
do you think that inherently they would prevent someone, the example of your young female volunteer from being, the target of aggression on a booth?
I think it goes towards the expectations that we all have about how the political process should be, and that includes safety and security for people engaging in the democratic process.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for going over, Chair.
You're right,
Thank
Mr. Newman. Just one quick question, please.
My final question is, based on your section 2 of your submission, is it the Greens' position that the AEC should be the arbiter of truth in advertising, in other words, the arbiter of words, but not the arbiter of inappropriate behaviour at polling booths? Is that your position?
The position, the AEC is an excellent, it's an excellent example of the Australian democratic process, and I think that any mechanisms towards questioning what they do or how they do it need to be considered really, really very carefully, because the faith in the electoral process, as manifested through the work of the AEC, it cannot be, shouldn't be qualified. The submission from the Australian Greens is that their role in administering and facilitating transparent and fair elections needs to continue. Being the arbiter of disputes or concerns is obviously a key consideration and issue for the committee to consider. But our submission is that the AEC shouldn't be undermined at all.
But not worthy of any submission by the Greens. And even though in your evidence today, you've agreed with Ms Campbell that a code of conduct would be a good thing, and sanctions against aggressive behaviour towards young women would be a good thing, but you have yet to provide any information to this committee. So, can I back in the chair's suggestion that you go away and think about what the AEC should do within the 6-metre rule and in terms of behaviour at polling booths, and think about it again and come back to us.
Thank you.
Happy to take that as a comment. Yep.
Where are we up to? Thanks for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Friday, the 21st of November 2025. But please also feel free to write another submission on some of the matters we've raised today. I'll suspend proceedings now. We're running a bit behind. Is 1:15 enough time for everyone? We just don't want to squeeze the round table too much because I think we've all got a hard 2:30 depart. So, like 1:10 or 20 minutes give you enough just to go? It's 10:02 now. Yeah, we'll suspend until 1:10.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to
I declare the meeting open, and I now welcome the participants in today's roundtable of independent members and senators to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would each of you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We'll start with people in person here.
Sophie Scomps, member for Mackellar.
David Pocock, Senator for the ACT.
And now online, please.
Helen Haynes, member for Indi.
Zolly Stegel, member for Warringah.
Di Lee, member for Fowler.
Nicolette Buller, member for Bradfield.
That's everyone. Excellent. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I thought the best way to go through this is to give you both all the opportunity to sort of make a brief, short statement at the start. But then what I thought I'd do is just go through the terms of the inquiry and then just sort of open up discussion on each of those points. If you don't want to make a submission at the start, that is also fine. And then we'll just sort of go through the terms of reference. I got a little order here, so I'll just run through that in the same instance each time round, and we can try and get through as much as we can. Again, we've got a little while before this committee needs to write a report. If we don't get through everything today, I'd be very happy to work with you all for you to come back and to give the opportunity for others who didn't make it today to come back as well. So I'll start with you, Senator Pocock.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for this opportunity. Maybe just to start by thanking the AEC and AEC and the ACT. Like, I think we cannot emphasise enough just how important the AEC is and their independence, and as a parliament we need to ensure that we continue to resource them in a way that they can actually do their job as they have been doing. The main things I guess I'd just like to put down now and before we move to the discussion is, I think from my point of view, we need to retain features of the Act that increase transparency, lowering the disclosure threshold, real-time reporting, but we also need to expand the definition of gift to include all money received by political parties, closing loopholes that currently allow cash received for events, memberships and various other means to avoid disclosure requirements. As an independent, I think we should be looking at pausing the introduction of the current donation and expenditure caps and the changes to public funding of elections until full transparency measures noted that passed in the government's electoral reforms have been in place for at least one election, so we can better understand the full donation landscape and how money is actually flowing, and potential impacts can then be evaluated, particularly on new entrants. What will the proposed caps on donations and spending actually mean? And I think that there should, in the next Parliament, looking back at this election, given the big changes that have gone through, actually be a select committee that isn't controlled by government, that considers the impacts of the transparency reforms, looking at using all the donation data and really looking at how it's affected our elections. Just finally, I guess a very sort of territory specific angle is I think clearly there's an appetite and support for an increase in territory representation. I strongly argue that we should actually legislate a nexus between the number of senators from the states and number of senators from the territories, whereby territories would have as close to half the number of senators as the states. I'm very wary of simply increasing by 1 or 2 and then we're in this situation in 10, 20 years' time. Yeah. And particularly in the context of discussions about a bigger parliament, which would then increase the Senate. I think that ratio is really the way to go, but I'll leave it there. I'm sure there's more to discuss.
Thanks, Senator. Ms Stegel.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. For me, the key areas that I would like to raise is the ongoing need for truth in political advertising. There's still a huge amount of misinformation and disinformation being sent out across electorates. And also put at electoral booths, and that which leads me to my second point being third-party campaigning. So we've seen a rise in third-party organisation campaigning and entering the fray on the misinformation, disinformation phase. For us, to the extent that we're talking large-scale wrapping on public land of non-political party material. So, you know, there's been a tradition of wrapping schools and fencing by political parties, but now we're seeing third-party organisations wrap that on top as well. Frequently with misinformation and disinformation on that wrapping, and there's essentially no consequence for that because that's at a polling booth on day, and very little can be done. I'd like to echo the comments by Senator Pocock that the AEC do an incredible job, but they're put in an absolutely impossible situation with the onslaught there now is from third-party organisations because there is just no there is no policing or real regulation when it comes to signage, content of political signage, and advertising and messaging, and amount of it. And what we've seen is just a race to a crazy amount of core flutes and wrapping at polling booths, but on public land. And we received a number of complaints from the public in relation to the amount of signage on public land. And of course, that falls back to whether or not local government are deciding to implement any rules around that or not. But that was very concerning. Especially as it got closer to election and at polling booths and stations. So obviously calling for implementation of truth in political advertising laws so that there is recourse for misinformation, disinformation, and some regulation around on a national level around the amount of signage, core flutes, banners, wrapping that occur on public land. And regulation around third-party involvement because they don't have any implications when it comes to, they don't have a candidate on the ballot paper, so they can afford to be misleading and deceptive without, essentially with impunity. The postal votes and data mining, but I believe colleagues will be raising that as well, that should not be a free-for-all. And spam messaging to constituents, the exemption to political spam is a frequent area of complaint from the public.
Thank you, Ms Stegel. Ms Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I think I echo also Sally Staples' those comments in terms of all of the wrappings by major parties around schools. It's really, I mean, first of all, you know, talking about the environment, there's this plastic that can't be recycled. So some kind of regulations around the whole wrappings of just everywhere. It's just terrible. Just at a local level, council do actually send out a mail out, Sally, around notifying candidates in election not to comply with not putting posters on public land, but obviously just no one just listen to that and take that kind of notice seriously. So I think it has to come from a much federal level as well. But that's a big issue. For me, I also acknowledged AEC's role and the challenges of dealing with a national an election. I probably will be more looking at from a consumer's from the voters' perspective, where locations are chosen for polling booths is really a challenge. I'll give you a couple of examples of there was a polling booth that was chosen next to a council facility which had lots of car parking and it had toilets and everything, but the location was chosen right across the office of the candidate. But the problem with that location is that it had no toilets. So elderly coming there to go and vote were then told they have to walk a few hundred metres to go to the next location, which is council facility, where council often hold their elections there, and it's really great to park. Whereas on the other locations next door, there's no parking, and it's real. And I don't know how your polling booths are. My polling booth is a nightmare because Pretty Poll in particular, and polling, they just, it's crowded. We have like more than half of the population voting prior to election day. So I think location would be great to assist also the AEC, perhaps to engage with local councillors because they understand where it's best for residents to park, especially people with disability, elderly. That's the location is quite critical. And the other part is how, obviously, I think Sally touched upon material. Obviously, and again, I know that AEC has done their best in saying in languages it has to be authorised by AEC, but sometimes those in languages, when the posters are put up, kind of the last day, misinformation, and you don't have the time to go and kind of, you're handing out, basically. So I'm sure everybody experienced that, and I don't know if it's something that, the major parties would support to put a stop to, but I think that is critical in terms of misinformation being placed on election day and right through pre-poll. So, yeah, that's for me. And the other option is, perhaps open on a Sunday, because we find that because people work in areas, they work 2 jobs, they work factories, so they're trying to rush there by the evening. Perhaps half a day Sunday is something worthwhile considering, because we've done it at a local government level and people really like that idea and they really come to vote on that half day Sunday.
Thanks, Ms Lee. Ms Scomps?
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. That's all right. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'd like to reiterate Senator Pocock's words about how thankful we are and how grateful we are for such a strong and independent AEC. I think we are very, very lucky in this country. For me, the biggest issue at the last election was the level of misinformation utilised by the level of misinformation, how that was weaponised, both with advertising, marketing, in newspapers, in social media, and how that was taken up by secondary, potentially peak bodies. So, again, to reiterate what the member for Warringah said, truth in political advertising, I think, is absolutely paramount. We're moving into a completely different world of communication, and that needs to be addressed. In talking about misinformation, another aspect of that was the phenomenon of astroturfing, fake grassroots groups, and so one that was particular to me, the former member for Mackellar, Jason Felinsky, headed up a group called Australians for Prosperity, which indicated that it was a grassroots movement. It was headed up by former Liberal Party operatives. That was misleading to the community. Also fake social media accounts that came up pretending to be supporters of mine, putting often derogatory remarks, run by none of my volunteers. And then again, the use of AI-altered images of myself, whether it was a different face on my body or my face with a different body. Was quite alarming as well. Again, the how to vote applications and the harvesting of data is a concern. And the other thing I'll just mention as well is the ghost candidate phenomenon, where actually there's a candidate on the ballot paper, but actually you never see them, they don't exist, they're not actually in the electorate either. And one last thing, I agree as well, the definition of what a donation is really needs to be tightened up so that we're not getting, groups aren't getting donations under the guise of gifts and other things and membership fees. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Scombs. I had Ms. Buller next on the list.
Thank you. I also, having seen this really up close and personally in 2025, hats off to the AEC. That's not something that just happens accidentally. I think everyone works very hard to protect our democracy. I'm very grateful. Look, I welcome the opportunity to present today. Look, it's a very, very, very different between 2022 and 2025. Sure, it was because it was contested in my electorate of Bradfield, but I think there's a real rise, normatively speaking, in the fact that it's okay to be intimidating, to be aggressive, online, in the mail, in person. And I have really deep concerns about this. I have concerns about lies and political advertising, probably up there at equal to intimidation, I should say, is sort of potentially turning voters away, and it's the opposite of what we really want to do to create a healthy, vibrant democracy. But it is third to fixing the lies in political advertising and the undemocratic aspect of campaign finance reform, which still puts parties at the centre of political campaigning rather than electorates and voters. And for me, it would be anything, from inconvenient to incongruent as a community independent to have to form a party just to compete administratively alongside major parties in this next and subsequent elections to fit in with some of the benefits that parties are going to have but independents won't. And that's not to mention the new entrants seeking to stand for election in the forthcoming elections. I do support the intent of those features that Senator Pocock put in his opening statement and ask for a pause on those reforms until we can first clean up some of the other real low-hanging fruit accountability measures that would enhance the trust in democracy, its institutions and its processes. But I look forward to providing some input to most of the terms of reference in due course this afternoon.
Thanks. Ms. Haynes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I just, for the record, also wish to add my gratitude and admiration for the AEC and the work they do, and any financial support they should be seeking in order to maintain their services, expand them or improve them, I think we must give very, very real consideration to. I put in a written submission, which the committee has, but in addition to that, I'd just like to highlight in regard to the first stop point on the terms of reference. There is no doubt in my mind that over 3 election campaigns, the increase in aggressive conduct, in misinformation, both online, in person, through all levels of media is just, I think, out of control. I've seen more intimidating behaviour towards voters from not only campaigners at the polling booths, but candidates themselves. I saw this time, for the first time in 3 years, a candidate who consistently at the polling booths would follow alongside voters all the way up the queue, put his body between the candidate and me mostly. I hadn't seen that before to that kind of consistent level. There seemed to be no shame in doing that, and very, very difficult to, very difficult for anybody to stop it. I was really appalled by that. I was also really shocked too at third-party influence this time. I saw it in the last election, but third-party is again increasing, and there seems to be no way of the AEC having any jurisdiction over that, or the accountability about that is really, really concerning. So that goes to points that have already been made by members in regard to truth in political advertising. We have to do something about this. It's really damaging our democracy, I believe. I think also the general escalation in potential violence. I'm desperately worried about this. I know that my electorate did not experience this to the same degree that some of my colleagues, but nevertheless, in one of our small rural booths in particular, we had to have police presence there. That's just completely unheard of in a country polling booth. It was dangerous, and many of our volunteers did not wish to return to that polling booth because they felt so threatened. And extremely difficult for the AEC to manage that. We have limited resources when it comes to police officers, so to have police officers around a polling booth, I think, is desperately concerning. I want to just comment on some of the additional terms of reference, and I know we'll get to them more broadly, that the Special Minister of State has put forward about increasing the numbers of MPs. I think that requires very significant interrogation and inquiry before we would go to that, not least of which what it would cost in terms of public contribution to funds. I think it would. I think there's some significant issues that we'd need to investigate about that. I like the idea of fixed terms, I very much do, and I think that would help to address many problems, not least of which is one put forward by the member for Fowler about the appropriateness of polling booths. It's extremely difficult for the AEC, not knowing when the date is, to try to find the right locations for polling booths. We put our AEC under enormous pressure because of that. And finally, I'd just like to say the next level escalation in core flutes, booth wrapping and materials around polling booths is out of control. I don't think it aids democracy at all, and it's just an absolute race to the bottom when it comes to what our polling booths look like. It's incredibly intimidating for voters. I don't think it assists our democracy in any way, quite frankly. That's all I'll say. We'll have more to say throughout the inquiry.
Thank you. Ms Chaney, just if you could please, just because we missed the start, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you very much, Chair. Kate Chaney, independent member for Curtin in Western Australia. I want to make some comments about the practicalities at the next election, but then go to the terms of reference about the electoral reform package. At a practical level, we similarly had issues with the location not being ideal. I understand it was the best that could be done in the context, but the voting location in the north half of my electorate wasn't actually in the electorate. We had real problems with, I've got 9 different local government areas within Curtin, and they all had different rules about signage. As it turned out, those rules were not actually enforced, which then put us at a disadvantage for having complied with the rules. And I think local governments are really at a loss to know to what extent they can enforce rules without breaching the implied freedom of political communication. So some clarity around that, I think, would really assist local governments, and also might mean that they're actually able to be enforced. The postal voting application issue with data harvesting was a big one in my electorate, and I think we did a campaign explaining that if you send your form back to the processing centre in the reply paid envelope, it goes to a political party, not to the AEC. As a result of that campaign, we had 8,000 fewer applications for postal votes in my electorate, which was different to the overall trend. And I think that really shows that people hate that practice, they're disturbed by it, they feel that it undermines the trust that we have in the AEC, and political parties should not have a role in collecting people's personal data and passing it on to the AEC. It slows down the process and it undermines the trust when people are sending their personal information and they don't know who they're sending it to. So that was certainly, we got a lot of feedback from people about what they thought of that process and the loophole that allows that to happen. In terms of aggressive behaviour, we had some. I don't think it was as bad here as it was in other places, but as the sole West Australian on this call, I would say that there definitely are plenty of anecdotal stories about the presence of third-party groups such as the Brethren. There were some here, but I would say they weren't a huge problem in Curtin, but also threatening behaviour. I had 5 threats against me personally via email, which we referred to the AFP. My volunteers certainly found themselves in some quite confrontational situations, but it seemed to be more with the general public and not part of an organised approach. Onto the electoral reform, and there is a term of reference that addresses this. I just first want to note for the record that this inquiry now is not an inquiry into the future impact of that electoral reform. The terms of reference consider the interaction in the last election with this package that's going forward, but there will be not that much interaction because it hasn't happened yet. So I think it is, I do want to put on the record that the process of that electoral reform package in November and then in February was really unsatisfactory. It being rushed through with no inquiry when it's the biggest change in 40 years, I think really undermines trust in the intent of the reform package. There are some good bits in there about transparency, which I've been doing since the day one, but there's a lot in there that is deeply problematic, and I do think it still needs its own review to look at how those things are going to work prospectively. In terms of, I sat on the JSCAM committee last time and put forward additional comments identifying the 13 party advantages and 5 incumbent advantages in our system that I could identify. There may well be more. None of those advantages were addressed in the electoral reform process package, and many of the so-called reforms that have been put forward actually exacerbate those advantages and make it even harder for independents to run. So I think that's a deep problem with the reform package that's put forward. On the substance, the massive increase in public funding means taxpayers are paying more for less choice because that money largely goes as a reliable revenue stream to political parties, and there isn't really appropriate funding for challenges. The administrative funding, the extra $30,000 per year per MP, there's no justification for this figure, and it translates to a huge amount of money going to political parties. The ALP currently has 4 people to meet the admin needs of 104 parliamentarians. There's no need for that to increase on a linear way, and I think it's just another way to embed the party structure. And in the spending cap, the party advantage in the way the spending cap has been structured is extraordinary. There were generic pamphlets in my electorate that said vote Liberal rather than naming my opponent, and they would not be covered in the cap. And the way that cap's been structured, so it's $90 million for parties, but $800,000 for individuals, and the parties can decide, use that strategically, I think really undermines the benefit. I can see the benefits in a donation cap, but a spending cap, I think if the donation cap is structured properly, there's no need for a spending cap. And certainly in the campaign in the 2025 election, I think we've again demonstrated that there are significant costs associated with getting a message to a largely disengaged public. And so that does have a real impact on the choice that voters actually have. Similarly, the nominated entities, now this didn't come into play in the 2025 election. So again, this inquiry is not going to address the impact on nominated entities and the changes that have happened there. But with it, there's huge assets that are available to the parties. And any independent doesn't have access to that. Any new party could only build up their wealth one small donation at a time. and it again just reiterates the huge bias in those reforms towards major parties. I'll echo the comments made by others about the definition of gift and the huge number of exemptions for the definition of gift in the new package that's been put forward, and the real problems that creates in complexity, but also in there not being a level playing field. The other parts that have not been legislated that I mentioned in my additional comments in the last inquiry, the disadvantages for independents, such as access to the electoral roll for new challenges, the tax treatment of donations for independents first parties is pretty incredible. I pay tax at the highest marginal rate, personal tax on the highest marginal rate for donations made to me, but parties don't do that. And the exemptions for political parties to the Privacy Act and the Spam Act certainly has caused consternation in my community, where people, really don't like getting those spam messages, and are pretty upset to find out that political parties don't have to protect their data in the same way that companies would have to. So, broadly, I think the AEC does an incredible job. We're very lucky to have them. We do need to make sure that competition in politics is possible. It's healthy for a flourishing democracy that competition is possible. And in the reform package that has been passed into law but has not actually been considered, I think the real danger there is we are reducing competition in our political process, and that undermines trust in the system, and it will undermine the health of our democracy.
Thanks, Ms Cheney. Just wary of time, just flagging it here, we've probably got about 50 minutes to get through this. So we'll go through each of the terms of reference from top to bottom, and as I said, if there's any that we miss out, happy to reconvene a round table in 2026. And I'll just go through that same order amongst the members of the committee for questions. I'll just keep my questions to one. Just in regard, first terms of reference is aggressive conduct, obstruction, intimidation at polling places. I think from the flavour of the submissions we've received so far, and from the feedback I got on the ground, particularly in Bennelong and from others, I think 2025 really crossed a line in terms of voter experience, but also the experience of political participants like volunteers. I guess I just want to ask those here today, what do you think the solution is to that? I think Ms Stegall raised third-party involvement, so I would assume a bit more of a regulation or more of an oversight of third-party involvement, I think, is a potential thing for the committee to explore. But do you support increased AEC powers? Do you support restriction of increasing the 6 metre rule, increased fines? What are some of the mechanisms that you'd like to throw out, that you would like to see some of that behaviour moderated a bit more? If they just put your hand up and have a chat. Just any specifics you want to give us so that we can consider.
Okay.
Yep, Zali?
I've put my hand up.
Yep.
I agree. My observation would be it's a problem at pre-poll a lot more than actual election day. So pre-poll, where there are less numbers of booths to man, which means you're more enthusiastic participants that are prone to that behaviour can be condensed, which that then creates, probably that might be an urban electorate versus a regional held, but our experience is certainly that we don't have anywhere near the same trouble on election day that we do at pre-poll. Pre-poll is by far more vicious. We had some locations that had very limited access, like in a library, where there was a strong kind of limit put by the AEC of literally only 2 volunteers per candidate. One called, like it was like a, but it actually was nearly still dangerous. It reduced the crowd of people, but it meant that you were standing within no space. It was in a space of about 5 metres. the width of a corflute, two people, everyone standing together, side by side, elbow to elbow, which meant you had volunteers having to sit for stand all day next to very aggressive people and with no option to be anywhere else. And so we had to very much change the roster of where we would put people as a result of who was where. The number of entry points into a location creates the difficulty of keeping an eye on where there might be a behaviour that is getting out of hand, and the AEC staff can't get to all those entry points. Can I just say the interpretation of the 6 metre rule varies from place to place, just as local government application of rules varies from place to place. And so that is problematic as well. And sometimes application of that 6 metre rule left a health and safety risk on the volunteers because they were essentially being pushed into roads, gutters, traffic. It doesn't always work in practice, and there wasn't always sufficient disability access to polling places. And again, that aggressive behaviour made that even more difficult.
Does anyone want to add to that? I think Dr. Scomps.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say quickly, we did a survey for some of our volunteers, and 50% of the volunteers reported witnessing aggressive, intimidating or obstructive behaviours towards either themselves or other volunteers or candidates during the election campaign. Foul and unpleasant language witnessed towards Dr. Scomps. And they do, and there's a number of recommendations that have come directly from our volunteers as well, and I'll just go through a few of those. One was that there should be a code of conduct for political candidates, campaign workers, volunteers and scrutineers, and I should say that our own volunteers have a code of conduct for our volunteers, very much based on the member for Warringah's positive, polite, prepared, and also how to de-escalate and not get involved in difficult situations. And very proud of the way that our volunteers behaved.
How do you think that code of conduct should be enforced? And I think when Ms Stegel highlighted the third party problem, that when they're not accountable via the ballot paper, right, and so.
Well, one of the
penalties,
yeah, thank you. So additional powers to AEC officials to enforce the breaches of code of conduct. AEC official roaming outside the polling booth, so beyond the 6 metre exclusion area, and potentially pre-authorised ID cards for volunteers with registration with the AEC. And yeah, that's on that side of things. I do also think that one of the issues that does drive up maybe aggressive behaviour at the polling booths and at pre-poll is the misinformation. So people do get upset by reading misinformation, and then they come and express that. So I had I had a number of episodes where there had been a headline or the front page of a newspaper, complete misinformation, and people quite distressed by that and yelling in my ear and telling me I was disgusting and having to not react to that.
Cool. Anyone else on this topic before I go on to another question? I've got Ms Buller and Ms Haynes.
Thank you. Two families of things there. One, I just want to get on the record that the intimidation wasn't just, it was a mixture of, in my case, the New South Wales Liberal Party, third parties, and also, unfortunately, some quite uncharacteristic local council officials as well. And it didn't just happen at pre-poll, but I do agree, and polling day, I do agree with the member for Warringah very much more on pre-poll. It also happened at my private property, which I did report to the AFP, of course, but the intimidating behaviours were such that 100 metres around my place where I live in an apartment block, when I went out in the morning, every single surface was covered with fully authorised New South Wales Liberal, I suppose, hate posters. But I live here with my daughter, and I'm on I'm a silent voter, and I just felt that was I know where you live. And to come from, someone else is already in the marketplace competing for this, I thought was completely unacceptable. Yeah. It also helped private property. So we had local council officers taking corflutes off people's private fences, which was also out of line. But that goes to Ms Lee's point about and someone else made it about the complexity that the fact that we've got 3 levels of government in this country, even though during federal elections there are state, local environmental planning policies that are interpreted by local councils and enforced completely differently, and even though you want to try and do the right thing, it's not a level playing field because no one really knows what happens, and it's very confusing, and I think it adds to the opportunity for more intimidation and playing the rules. So, but on the second family of things to talk about your challenge, Jerome, around how do you fix it? I am not in the family of people that thinks that the AEC should play police. I think the AEC has an enviable reputation that we will work very hard to help maintain for it. People must have trust in them doing free and fair elections. When you start putting them into the police mode, I think that endangers that opportunity, because if they're not, they'll be challenged for whether they enforce that policing well or fairly. That, unfortunately, may need to be the job of, given it's federal elections, maybe federal police, maybe local police. I think it might be worth looking at, and certainly you'll be receiving some additional, I suppose, submissions, I should say, after we do our roundtable locally in time for the deadline, around whether we actually make, what do you call that? Maybe even an offence to interfere with the Constitution, the implied constitutional right of freedom of political discourse. It just needs to be something that's dealt with, but I don't think the AEC should be the one that does it. And I would like to say, last point on that too, is we've got 25% of our electorate are Chinese Australian voters, or just a bit less voting, and they were particularly targeted with intimidating behaviours, including the blue team turning T-shirts inside out, but walking through the 6 metre mark into the polling booth and literally forcing the hands of people and showing them how to vote. Oh. That blurs into the AEC aspect, because people are allowed to be assisted with their voting, but it just didn't pass the pub test. It was aggressive, it was intimidating, it was taking advantage of people who were possibly voting for the first time or didn't know how to say no, go away and stop.
Thanks. I had Ms Haynes next, then Ms Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add, in terms of the evidence base, that I've done a survey of my volunteers after every election, and in this survey, 34% of my volunteers reported a negative experience in this campaign, and that was an increase from 22% in 2022. So I think the hard evidence backs up my anecdotal evidence, and the most negative experiences were voter interactions and interactions with other candidates and their volunteers, which were highly aggressive. I guess in terms of solutions, I agree with Ms Bula. I have concerns if the AEC needed to expand their remit into greater presence and policing of behaviour outside the polling booth. I am inclined to think that the committee should give some regard to limitation on the amount of material that is allowed outside a polling booth. And I know Victoria, for example, limits the number of call flutes. I think they're only allowed to have one. In terms of the expense of running a campaign, that would be somewhat of a relief for many people. But it is just completely out of hand and intimidatory. So I just think that this issue of violence and aggression is indeed a real thing, and I don't know the answer, but when candidates themselves, though, are actively participating in this, as I described before, following voters along the line, there needs to actually be a consequence for it. And then that may be that they can no longer stand outside that polling booth. I don't know. But at the moment, there is actually no consequence. People just get away with this and they push it and push it.
Yeah, I think that's
all I wanted to say.
That's the trouble we're getting into. I think more people are pushing the behaviour without any consequence. Ms Lee?
I think to everybody's point, well, I think I partly was going to agree with the member for Hindi as well in terms of the availability of material, call flute. And I was also thinking, when we're just thinking, because, I've had many elections out here, is because people get all kind of worked up, rushing to the voters, and especially during pre-poll when it's just people, I don't know what other electorates are like, but my queue is just like humongous. And so it's just hammering people. And I and a few other volunteers had thought, well, maybe one of the ways to get around it is just like having, I don't know, people agree, but having the box, all candidates stand there with the box and with the how to vote there. And, when people walk past it, just take the how to vote if they want to take it, because that also saves us the material kind of shoving into people's, people take it and then they just dump it in the waste bin inside, and the AEC, the poor AEC, have to deal with the whole overflowing of how to votes that have just been given to voters who do not want it but took it just to walk in. So perhaps a system whereby you stand there with the how to vote, and you as a candidate and your volunteer stand there with a T-shirt and say, please collect the how to vote if you want one. So we don't actually have to force people, but if they want it, they can come to you and take it. That's perhaps a solution. I don't know if any of the major parties would agree to that, but that's where you don't actually have to chase people down the line and forcing people to take your how to vote and just shoving it on one another. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry,
right.
Chair, could I just add something? We had one example. One of our pre-polls was very civilised, surprisingly, because there was a race to, get the corflets and the signage up on the very first day of pre-poll. And then there was an agreement by all the teams and the booth manager at that pre-poll with opponent booth managers that the same signage would be put back out in the same places for every day of pre-poll. So rather than having a descent into everyone racing to be there first thing in the morning to try and beat the opponent as to locations, it allowed for a more reasonable pack up and put out of each pre-poll. So I think a booth manager is essential, and a manager that is then responsible for the behaviour of the team, I think, is an essential element to keep a booth under control.
Oh, if we're going to go there, I have to say that we hired private security contractors, and the great news is we had the same contractors as the Liberal Party, so we had a very large de-escalation because they were all friends with each other, and it was fine on polling day. They did the shift from the night before all the way from 3 a.m. across to polling day opening.
Ms Cheney, anything on aggressive, on that question I put, some solutions?
I don't know how viable this would be, but in terms of the AEC's role, being able to provide some guidance for local councils on constitutionality of signage, I think would be useful, and allow councils to, make rules that they know are enforceable, and therefore also enforce those rules.
Cool. I'll move on to other questions. Ms Ryan, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you. I'll ask any of you, maybe you could just put your hand up, about your thoughts regarding the impending impact of electoral donation reforms.
Oh, sorry, just on the first terms of reference. We'll just go like the aggressive and intimidatory behaviour. Did you have any questions on that?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
We'll get to electoral reform.
Does anyone have any thoughts about how to enforce appropriate behaviours beyond the 6 metre line? Other than police process, police involvement. Because, I think we've all...
I don't know if police involvement is an ideal. I mean, like, police have they're really short in resources. They need to deal with crimes and, issues that can't even handle that.
Absolutely.
I think it's about, calling on, I think, human decency and handing out, and how do we prevent people from this going down that rabbit hole of just suddenly becoming so emotional and resorting to behaviours that's just really... Would they behave that way at home? So I think it's about putting some mechanisms in place whereby you're not chasing a voter down and handing a piece of paper, but just giving voters the opportunity to say, okay, I got you, pick how to vote, and you can. That's for me anyway. I think it's very effective because people really want to vote for you. They'll come up to you and take your how to vote.
Thanks, Di. Just one thing. A show of hands. Would anyone here not agree with of the people testifying this afternoon that the volunteers are less likely to volunteer as a result of intimidating behaviour that was demonstrated to them at pre-polls this year?
Not agree.
Is there anyone who thinks that their volunteers had no issue with intimidating behaviour at the pre-polls? No. So every one of you, your volunteers experienced intimidatory or aggressive behaviour at pre-poll in 2025.
I mean, I think
maybe the records just show everyone's nodding.
I guess I think the ACT was maybe a little bit of an outlier. There were maybe a couple of minor incidents, but generally nothing like we saw on the news in other jurisdictions.
I think the ACT is different.
I think it probably wasn't as bad in Curtin
It's very nice down here.
Thanks.
Yep.
I just wanted to answer your question as well, Dr. Ryan, and about what can we do to make behaviour better at the pre-poll. And one of them is, I do think just having a code of conduct for people who are involved on election day as volunteers is an education way of educating people about what is acceptable and not acceptable, even if it's not heavily enforced. Another one is the pre-authorised ID cards for volunteers, because if you're registered with the AEC as a volunteer, then you're on the hook, you're more accountable for your behaviour, and I think at the same time supplying people with code of conduct for what it means to be a volunteer or a campaigner at a pre-poll. And look, I'm not sure about this as well. I hear what people are saying about the AEC's extension of their powers. I understand that, but just the ability to remove people who are not complying with that code of conduct, I don't know who should be doing that enforcement, but if there's a repeat offender, potentially might need to be removed and not able to volunteer again in the future if they're a repeat offender.
Senator Mulholland?
Just on the topic of a code of conduct, that has been raised by a couple of other witnesses. I suppose that the big difficulty is perhaps the perpetrators are the least likely to follow a code of conduct. If I can be so blunt, they're often the people, particularly if it's voluntary. Are there any other thoughts that you have around how we address this behaviour? We're just having a bit of a discussion here about why it is the last two elections have seen this behaviour explode at polling booths, and if you've got any thoughts, particularly in your experience as independents and in sort of contested elections, why that may have been, and apart from a code of conduct, how we address this?
Maybe more independence, those kind of cause the major parties to react.
So we've had an increase of pre-poll. So 2019 was a big jump of increase of pre-poll. I believe it was quite a long period of pre-poll. 2022 was I think the longest, and then 2025 was slightly shorter. I think there's a real balance to be struck between the length, how many days of pre-poll need to be available, because I think Australians prefer the pre-poll, that it is more convenient and it suits their purposes, but it does, it spreads, it creates a longer period of time over which you have a concentration at less polling places where your most enthusiastic or most aggressive people can congregate, whereas on election day they tend to be more spread out. So I think 2025 was an interesting pre-poll because we had a couple of public holiday days, so there actually was less pre-poll days than we had had in previous elections, which I actually thought was helpful.
One of the pieces of evidence we've heard quite consistently across witnesses is the nature of particularly pre-polling booths not necessarily being fit for purpose, not accessible, poor car parking, people crunched in on top of each other. We have heard some evidence in previous hearings from other witnesses that perhaps fixed terms might give the AEC a bit more capacity to know what they're dealing with, have a date in mind, be able to go in and engage with various venues and lock them in on a date, so they're not scrambling around 8 weeks out from a campaign trying to find a location and ending up with the scraps of locations. So is that something that perhaps might be helpful as well in your experiences?
Absolutely, and I think just on pre-poll locations, and I've put this in my formal submission as well. An example here in the ACT, the southernmost pre-poll in Tuggeranong was directly outside the Labor member's office, and so the queue is essentially along his massive sign in his window, and I know that created some agitation amongst other candidates that he was essentially, the whole pre-poll was outside his office, and so much free advertising.
No.
Sorry?
He doesn't get to pick the location, Mr. Pocock. That's determined by the AEC.
I know, and this is exactly what I'm saying, is that I think part of it was timing. Lack of availability. But another thing that we should, I think, look at is mandating that it cannot be outside a member's office, because I just think it's unfair on other candidates. And
there are some provisions, particularly in state electoral acts, around the provision of blackout zones around elections, and not just MP signage, it's billboards, mobile billboards, trucks, etc. So I think, in my personal view, I think it needs to be broader than that, just that, because, you know, the game will always change. People will innovate and, you know, drive big trucks and locate them at the front of polling booths. So just on those terms, the fixed terms, can I get a bit of a sense from the independents on this round table about your thoughts on a movement to, because I suppose there's two different pieces that have come to us as evidence. One is fixing terms in the current 3-year cycle, and then there's moving to a 4-year term, which is probably another piece. Can I get a sense on the fixing the 3-year terms as we currently have them?
Could I just jump in there? I made the point earlier. I really do think we need to look at fixed terms. I personally would be supportive of an inquiry that could look at either option, a fixed date in the 3-year cycle, or indeed extending it to a 4-year cycle. I think that would assist the AEC greatly. I think it would give voters more confidence, and we could have a much more orderly approach to this. I think the other thing I just wanted to add while I've got the talking stick here is that when it comes to aggression on the polling booths, many of our polling booth volunteers are just that for the AEC, and without fixed terms, without the opportunity to know when the next election's going to come up, the opportunity for AEC to recruit and to train it's limited. And I think that our AEC volunteers and booth leaders in particular need to have the opportunity for greater training, and particularly in regard to aggressive behaviour and breach of rules at polling booths.
Anyone else on this? Oh no, we got other questions. Sorry. I've got Mr. Newman. Any questions on this specific terms of reference? Just wary of time.
Is that to me, Joel? Jerome?
Yep, that's you, Mr. Newman.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, you're all giving evidence about obstructive behaviour and aggressive behaviour and intimidation. In your respective electorates, did you see the Plymouth or exclusive brethren in Liberal Party or National Party or One Nation shirts handing out how to vote cards, and were they the perpetrators of this type of behaviour?
I had lots. It's a sea of blue and red in my electorate. But in our electorate, actually, the experience is different. I mean, I've heard about the aggressive behaviour in other electorates, but actually in our electorate, you know, the people in the brethren, as you call them, were feeding everybody, including Labor, and we were all eating around lunchtime together. So there is the aggression that was described that didn't happen so much in my electorate. I mean, of course, it's more between us in the red rather than us in the blue. So maybe it's about who's got the seat. So maybe that's the experience. That's where it was.
I'm interested in the other electorates because I look around the room and most of the contests seem to be between an independent and a Liberal or National Party. And I'm interested in across the election. We've got plenty of evidence in this inquiry so far that people from the exclusive or Plymouth Brethren were handing out vote cards for Conservative parties en masse, and that some of them were engaged in intimidating and destructive and aggressive behaviour towards campaign workers of other political parties and independents. I'm interested in the evidence because you've all given evidence generally, but I'm interested in the specificity of it.
I can say in Mackellar that we didn't have the exclusive Brethren, but I do think it was targeted to particular electorates. And I think Victorian electorates, potentially of Goldstein and Kooyong, could have been targeted, and also some regional ones like Calare where there was a contest between Conservative and Independent. That's my understanding.
We had some presence in Curtin, but I would say not particularly threatening behaviour. But my understanding is that in other parts of Western Australia, especially regional, where there were independents running, the presence was bigger and more of a problem.
No obvious presence in Indi, Mr Newman.
In Bradfield, we were swamped. There's no way to sugarcoat it, but generally, there was the sharing of food and a few sort of MAGA comments and things like "Make Australia Smile Again." I'm just checking my photographs from pre-poll, and yes, they are wearing the Blue Team's T-shirt, and you can see the small skirts that the women wore on leggings. And they're quite openly members of the church. When I was talking to them, I found I wouldn't. Maybe my bar on intimidation's a little bit. I'm a bit more tolerant, possibly, growing up with brothers and things, but. But they would stand in between me and potential people who wanted to come and talk to me and make sure I didn't have a good spot to engage with people as they approached the booths. And the only other really intimidating thing was the parking of large utes on the street or in places that blocked access. And but there wasn't shouting and aggression. There was nothing derogatory. It was more the physical presence, the sheer numbers. And if I'm being really honest, we had 1,500 volunteers. So they probably could say the same about us. It's just that ours behaved nicer. That's probably it.
1,500. Wow.
I forgot that's going in Hansard, but yeah, there were lots of them. They were Liberal, but they also didn't share food.
Zali, do you have your hand up?
Well, I had one booth actually in conjunction with with you, Chair, Member Bennelong, and yes, there were definitely members there handing out for the Liberal Party. I didn't personally observe them to be aggressive. They were generally fairly young, but I know from volunteers there were other incidents reported, not specific. The more aggressive incidents reported to me from volunteers were not specific to the Brethren.
Okay.
Okay, well, sorry, Jerome, well, then, who was perpetrating this aggression and deliberate instruction that you've given evidence before? Who was doing that if it wasn't the Brethren and the Liberal Party T-shirts then?
People that I believe I could identify as Liberal Party members.
Yeah, New South Wales Liberal Party members is my ID as well.
Now, were they any One Nation?
Sorry, Mr. Newman. We did have our most problematic booth was one at Warringah Mall, which was an entrance to a library, and it was the one where basically it was like, imagine you had volunteers in a pen behind a fence, side by side, and it was, I believe it was pulled out of a hat in what order people were put in, and I had volunteers next to, I believe, I believe it was actually UAP and One Nation, where behaviour was at times erratic and challenging. But again, I would say on the record, I don't think Warringah was to the level of aggression of other areas.
Now, Ms Stegall and others, you were saying about other groups that were involved, third parties. Were they involved in this aggressive behaviour? They weren't necessarily wearing blue shirts, but they were involved in handing out vote cards or wrappings, to use your expression. Were they there engaging in this sort of behaviour? Even though they are not on the ballot paper, were they involved?
Well, the difficulty, it's very hard to know who the volunteers are for. So we had a number of people at booth that you don't automatically identify. The wrapping we had from third-party organisations, so it was, as Ms Scomp said, the Australians for Prosperity, there were just a number of organisations. We had a lot of vandalism when it came to corflutes and banners on private property, and it was vandalism that closely resembled, or had the same spelling mistake on vandalism of signs was then done on trucks that then went around the electorate. So there were, whether it was accidental or not, but in terms of volunteers at pre-polling booths, the difficulty was when a volunteer may have started the day as a volunteer for the Liberal Party and then put on a different T-shirt or did something and different. So, I couldn't, for the record, say exactly who those volunteers were for because of moving from one to the other, and organisations like Australians for Prosperity being led and authorised by Liberal members. I mean, Jason Falinski was president of the New South Wales Liberal Party, previously. So, there is an inference that it is associated with the Liberal Party.
So there's these third-party organisations that you can't really identify, but they're coming in and they're putting on blue shirts and they're handing out vote cards and they're doing their raps. They're like some sort of third-party, group that's allied with one of the major political parties attacking you, but you can't work out who they are. Well, do you think we need some sort of legislative reform in this space that of disclosure and accountability? Because they're like this sort of aggressive army of people that come in and just put on one sort of coloured shirt and without any degree of openness or transparency at all. You're a candidate. You're getting your feedback from your members, your volunteers, yet you can't identify who these people are, and they're coming in and they're representing they're helping, say, the Liberal Party or the One Nation Party. Don't you reckon there's a need for some sort of reform in this space?
Yes. Absolutely. Third party, absolutely. Especially where, so the wrapping of a school where the authorisation is so tiny, a volunteer for a candidate means a poor behaviour by that volunteer will very directly reflect immediately with that voter upon that candidate. Poor behaviour from a third party that is not there with where a voter is not aware of a direct link to a candidate on the ballot paper doesn't reflect negatively on anyone. So yes, I do support that there should be regulation. Keeping in mind we have traditionally had WWF, ACF, Get Up. There has been other organisations involved in our politics before. I'm not saying third parties is a new thing, but they don't carry the same voting consequence on a candidate as a volunteer to a candidate per se.
Can I ask one last question, Jerome?
Last one. We've just got 10 minutes.
Last one. Yep. Senator Holland and I saw in my electorate of Blair third-party people just disobeying the AEC's directions and then claiming that they weren't a member of any political party. They were just interested observers in the outcome of the election and then later on putting blue shirts on. Did you see AEC people being intimidated, abused, irritated, accused of things And to what extent did you see any support from the AEC for their workers on the ground?
I can say I didn't see any AEC workers being abused. I think they were very professional from what I saw. Can I just quickly, there's been a few questions that I haven't had an opportunity to respond to, and I might just very quickly respond to some of those. We did have, one of the questions was who was being abusive. I've got a couple of quotes here. One of them says, volunteers from the Libertarians were particularly aggressive. The Liberals were physically aggressive. One poked my Sophie T-shirt. Sorry, these are just quotes. I was verbally harassed at the Avalon booth by Libertarians. And another one, I was the booth captain at Beacon Hill Primary. We had an incident where a former Liberal councillor, retired policeman, acted aggressively towards one of our volunteers, and there's a video of that. I should say we worked hard with other parties to make a really friendly relationship. So wherever I was, we made sure that we were always, but it was hard work actually to try and have that friendly engagement. I'd also say that I also agree with fixed terms. I think it's really important. I would like to see a 4-year term because of the short-termism, so when a government is in power, they do have time to implement their plans. And the foundations for tomorrow, very much agree with that. And then also, if you can't get 4-year terms, then 3-year terms, I would agree with. We did have, not at this last election, but the one previously, 22, we had a major pre-poll booth was really, really inadequate. I think was quite dangerous. There were people we had to stand near a car park, people were nearly getting run over, there was cracks in the footpath, there was no lighting. I was really worried an elderly person, because it was a long walk in, would actually break a hip. We were escorting them up and down, so that didn't happen. So I do think that a fixed term would help with those facilities as well.
Sorry, Dr. Scott, I'm going to have to stop there because we've only got 9 minutes left. Can
you take my notes?
No, sorry, I'd really like to move on because Ms. Lee, we're really going to run out of time, and I'd like.
It's important AEC connects with council because state fixed term doesn't fix the problem with pre-poll.
Thanks. And sorry to those members who didn't get to ask a question on that. I was just chatting to Dr. Ryan. I think I would like to give your comments on electoral reform, donation reform and spending reform more than 9 minutes or 8 minutes now, so we'll come back to that. I did want to ask Senator Pocock on the Parliament expansion. We've had evidence about decoupling, currently the territories have senators elected at every election. We've had conflicting evidence from people saying that should be, if territory expansion was, if senators were increased, that system should remain. We've had evidence saying that they should mirror state senate election cycles, where it's half elected one time. So, what's your on behalf of those who elect you? What's their preference there, or do you have a preference?
My preference, as I said, would be to legislate a ratio of as close to half as possible. So that would make it 6 on current numbers. And I think talking to psephologists, they say that having 3 up every 6 years would make the most sense in terms of having a better representation of senators in the ACT.
And in terms of just general Parliament expansion, given populations increase so heavily, keeping the nexus, but is that something you have any opinions on?
I would echo the words of the member for Indi on this. I think this needs very serious consideration. I think the first priority for me would be better resourcing of MPs and senators to be able to respond to constituents and also to get across legislation.
Yep. Okay. Did anyone have any other questions on that one in particular in terms of Senate representation? Did any of the participants want to talk about or expand on the size of the Parliament or territory representation?
Chair, can I just check your comment earlier? Did that mean that you're going to set up a separate hearing to talk about the electoral reform?
Well, no, I said if we weren't going to get through all the terms of reference, we'll set another date to come back. So, and that's likely to be one of the Fridays in 2026. So the diary's full between now and the end of the year. So yes, we will give everyone the opportunity to talk. Senator Mackenzie, we've got 6 minutes. Okay. So yeah, we'll definitely come back and I know not every person got to ask a question there. So no more comments on the size of the parliament. Yes, Ms. Buller.
Lowering hand. Size of parliament. I think a little bit to the member for Indi, that has quite large consequences financially and needs to have a looked at. But if we do maintain what we've got, which is one of the biggest ratios anywhere in Western democracies, there's two things there. We've got to resource our job. I've got 125, 180 or 90,000 people to look after, of which 125,000 are voters, like everybody else does. We need to be resourced for that job, and I've got a really tight electorate compared to someone like the member for Indi. But also too, I have as a new person on the block here, I find it really quite strange that the Prime Minister, it's at his pleasure about what staffing I get as personal staffing. And I think to depoliticise that would also be something I'd weigh into.
Okay. I'll go back to Mr. Burnell and Ms. Campbell just on that first terms of reference. I know you didn't get to ask a question. I just want to give you the opportunity so we can close off on that one before I go to Senator Mackenzie with her question.
Thank you,
Voter
Chair.
Intimidation, etc. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think it was Dr. Scomps, I think you implied using a voter ID card, is that right?
That was a suggestion from our volunteers.
On code of conduct.
For volunteers.
Yeah, for volunteers, yes. So beyond that, so how do we get, if you've got volunteers that are party aligned, candidate aligned, all well and good, outside of that, how do we address that? Because it really goes down to the conduct of the individual candidate or party to adhere to something like a code of conduct. True? If you've got so for instance, a third party comes along into that space, how do we then police that if they're not subject to?
Well, I don't have all the answers, I'm sorry, but it was a recommendation of the volunteers and a thought about how do we increase accountability if there are volunteers from any type, even if they are a third party, can they be registered to a third party? If there is an agent, a third party like Australians for Prosperity, maybe people are registered in that way.
Then the enforcement of these rules outside of the 6 metre exclusion zone, should that be at the discretion of the AEC or some third party organisation, whether that be the AFP, an integrity unit or something like that? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, I don't have all the answers, but there is an issue where there is unseemly behaviour that occurs outside the 6 metre zone. So this is airing what our experiences were. There was aggressive behaviour beyond the 6 metre zone. What the answers are, I don't have all the answers, but one of the answers that the volunteers have come up with is this registration through the AEC, wear your badge with your face and your name. That's greater accountability.
But does that not put an onus on the AEC to then police the behavioural standards outside of the 6 metre zone when their primary function is to ensure the integrity of the actual vote inside the polling booth?
I'm not actually saying that it should be the AEC.
Okay. No, I just wanted some clarity, that's all.
Ms. Campbell, did you have any questions on this one before I go to... Oh, sorry, one more.
I just wanted to follow up on a comment made by Ms. Bowler. You made a comment about engaging private security during the election. I've never been in a position where I've needed to have private security engaged at a polling booth. Can you please just expand on what brought that about beyond the intimidation happening in and around your home, which I would like on the record that is absolutely disgusting behaviour by any political organisation to intimidate a candidate like that. It should not happen at all, and I am very sorry that you experienced that. But I would like to understand more about this private security scenario. I've not seen that in place in South Australia. Maybe we don't have some of the pressures that occur elsewhere across the country due to truth in political advertising laws that we have in place.
And I have to say, I'm not deeply across the logistics of how those things happen. I had a broader team on that, so I can make sure it's part of the submission that we do in writing. But I can say that I was quite... the people that made up our 1,500 volunteers and then the very active volunteers on the inside were including former Liberal, former Labor people, and they brought their campaigning experience to my team. So it was explained to me that this was common practice and that the other side would be doing it, and if we wanted to play an equal field for polling day, we would need to do that. It wasn't my finest moment to think that we would be spending donors' money on that, but when you see how hard the volunteers worked to turn up and try to, change Bradfield Independent, I reluctantly agreed to it. And actually, strangely, in a bizarre circumstances, as I mentioned, the fact that this was the same security company where the blokes were really decent with each other, in the end, it was actually a really good move. And we managed everybody kept their turf on, we turned up, there was nothing untoward on actual polling day.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at 2:30, but participating member Senator Mackenzie's come and she's indicated that she has one question to ask. That's all I can give you because we're past time.
I appreciate that.
But we are coming back next year with an independence roundtable. So
fantastic.
Well.
And thank you. I've been watching from my office downstairs, and Senator Mulholland, your line of questioning earlier to the Greens director sort of pricked my ears, but then when Mr Newman came in strong, I'm very concerned that the Labor Party committee members' line of questioning to the independents would suggest that Christians somehow legitimately participating in an election is somehow going to be constituted as third-party intimidation. So I'm very concerned about the line of questioning from today, and I wanted to ask the independents, those who'd like to answer, because as I understood your experience with, in response to Mr Newman's questioning, were that this cohort of Christian Australians participating at your booths were on the main similarly to everybody else, participating in democracy in a respectful manner.
Not what I saw.
I don't think the faith was subject to the questioning whatsoever, but the question's there. If anyone wants to answer it, they're more than welcome to. I think the focus of the discussion was much more about the behaviour than the faith. That was my interpretation of it, but if anyone wants to add to that or answer the question, feel free to put up your hand.
So the Chair, earlier, the experience in the ACT, I think, was unlike what we were hearing in other states. So.
Thanks, Senator.
Just to add, we did not have an experience of third-party campaigners on the polling booths to the extent that others have seen in Indi.
Same in Fowler. As I mentioned before, the issue for my electorate was not, as Senator Lee said, the brethren is the brethren of the people in blue is mainly, for me, obviously, it was a Labor seat, so it's people were in red, and all people who were part of supporting Labor but not identified as well. So my situation is quite different.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just add something? I think it is concerning to have a senator show up 5 minutes before the end of proceedings, being watching from her office, but not having the decency to show up here to try and cast aspersions about people's... Hang on, I'm talking. We all heard you speak, Senator Mackenzie. I'd appreciate the same respect. To show up 5 minutes before the end of the hearing, there are no coalition senators here today, and come 5 minutes beforehand and try and politicise proceedings, I think, is disappointing.
All right, on that note, thanks for your participation. As I mentioned, we will reschedule to continue to go through the terms of reference. I think there's an important discussion to have about other issues that have been raised today, so we'll do that as soon as we have a sitting calendar for 2026. and it'll likely be on a Friday after a sitting week, I would say. And we might give ourselves a bit more time than 90 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 1 second, I need to say something now. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretary by Friday, 21st of November? Thank you. I declare, no, I do not declare, yes, do I declare the hearing closed? Because then I have to do a private meeting just before everyone leaves. I declare the meeting closed, and I just have to have